the truck, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, 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 bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play for a little Lita, big queso. Humble with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 밴 놈이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 놈이 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄파가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 받아
마시는 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 looking like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 쳐냈지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we soon go
Told you myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told you myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told you myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told you myself.
get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Hello everybody, welcome to the playoffs of EMEA Challengers Stage 2. We are here once again and we're back with 4 teams. You join us as we whittle things down in this tournament that, you know, I mean, we already know who's going to be in Stage 3 Challengers already, but at the very least we can watch some good Valorant and that's what really matters here. I'm joined today by my wonderful analysts MP and Tom. How have you guys been since last time? How are you right now? It's quite warm, I assume, for both of you. Is it? I don't know. It's very warm here. MP, how is it where you are?
I mean, it's been decently warm. I think right now it's like 15 Celsius, but the summer is already coming. It's quite hot. I think we've had some 20 plus Celsius weathers as well. So I'm happy, and I'm happy we got the not cast or be on the desk for the stage 2 as well.
He's already looking to steal other people's jobs.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow I'm going there.
I'm pretty good.
So,
the thing is, a couple of years ago, I decided to invest in an air conditioning unit, and it was the greatest investment I've ever made in my life. So I'm feeling very good, even though it is very warm outside.
That's great for you guys. As I said before the show to you, it is currently 29 degrees Celsius in my room. So, yeah, it'll be fine. I'm wearing a linen shirt. All will be good in the end. We'll be fine. But we'll take a look now at what led us here in Stage 2, the group stage that you guys may have been watching. I think we're probably more underprepared than the viewers are on this one, but this is how things stack up. Na'Vi Junior just barely make it through by the skin of their teeth. A head-to-head against CGN, as well as a couple of rounds difference, gets them through there in Group A. Everything else kind of simple for our 3 remaining teams. Of course, Reborn coming out of nowhere have won their group 2-0, and then you got UCAM and Job Life both clean sweeping handily their groups. No maps dropped for either of those two, MP.
yeah, I mean, I think Na'Vi Junior was maybe a underdog in this group, and they barely got through, like you said. But CGN once again getting grouped. I don't think I can even count how many times they've won their own regional grand final to not get through the group stage, whether it's Ascension or Challengers. I think they've only gone into the playoffs once. And once again, they're down there in the group stage. Enterprise Esports, quite surprising as well, not making it through and not even winning a map. Sure, quite close games.
Oh, we're in the same realm as we always are. The Turkish team has managed to win the group of death. You know, it's kind of it's the one we live in. There's always youngsters coming up. I'm excited to talk a little bit more about them as we go through. But yeah, the likes of Kachao is coming for you.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, we have 2 games for you today. Both are going to be pretty goddamn exciting, if I do say so myself. We'll talk about both of those. Here is the bracket as it stands. And of course, we start with Reborn and Na'Vi Junior, and then our second game, Job Life versus UCAM. I think both of those are going to be very interesting to watch. I do want to see what Na'Vi Junior is able to bring to the table, considering, you know, 3rd seed coming out of Northeast and kind of just barely getting through the group, the only team that lost a game getting through the group stage. So it's more now whether they can cause that upset. But Job Life and UCAM, I mean, we've had this so many times in EMEA Challengers at this point. These are 2 kind of stalwarts of their regions. They have been fighting tooth and nail in EMEA Challengers past, and I'm sure they will make for an incredible game today, MP.
Yeah, I mean, I do share the sentiment that on the bottom side of the bracket, we obviously have the legends of Challengers EMEA, and I think on the top side, you kind of have this unknown quantity of Na'Vi Juniors who actually outlived their opposition in Northeast against Enterprise and Team Liquid Academy. I was so sure either one of those are going to go through, and Na'Vi Juniors are not going to make it, but they are here. They are here to prove themselves as a newly formed team. They just started in stage 2, got picked up I think from Boars and other teams as well, so I'm happy to see what they can do against this Turkish powerhouse, which is Reborn, obviously rebranded as well.
It's the youth, isn't it? It seems to happen all the time. I think we've had it with every single Na'Vi Junior project or Na'Vi Youngsters or Na'Vi whatever you want to call them. They have always been very good at finding young talent, and the fact that they've succeeded so soon is exciting. I am a little nervous for them because I think this is going to be a very, very tough game, but I think when you have someone like Jonta with vast amounts of experience, I think they're in good hands.
Well, I mean, things have changed as well as we move towards this matchup. I think one of those that we're going to be looking at the changes that teams are making is the Neon nerfs coming into this one. And if either of you want to talk me through kind of exactly how that has affected the teams going. I can't remember who brought this one up before the show, so I don't know who I'm throwing to on this one, but I'll just let one of you take it away.
Well, the shotguns are not dead, but I think especially it was kind of like a combo where it's like you can't just go jumping around shooting shotguns anymore. But Neon was the biggest one. It was by far the strongest duelist in the game. I think by far the strongest agent in the game. And we've seen some of those movement changes. We've also seen that like getting a kill won't refresh the entire bar. So it's not like you could just run around constantly as you used to. And we've got different ideas. That's the fun thing. Some teams don't believe Neon is dead, others have moved away from her completely. So a very different meta currently forming, and maybe a good one, because I think we were a little bit too heavy on the Neon just a couple of weeks ago.
I do completely agree with that, and I'd love to see these teams kind of flex onto different agents, bringing up the Phoenix and different other duelists as well, maybe flexing this double duelist compositions to more having initiators there, maybe double initiator side. And I do love to see the nerfs. I think everyone was begging for Neon nerfs. Now he got kind of double nerfed with the shotgun and her own nerf as well, but I'm really happy. I share the sentiment with Tom.
All right, let's move on to our 2 teams playing our first match as well. Let's take a look at Reborn first. I mean, look, we always are talking about Turkish players here in Challengers EMEA. In VCT, they make up, what, like 30% of the players in that league. So it's always going to be a conversation about Turkish talent. And I think this is another one of those, right? It is well, I mean, as the logo and the name would suggest, a team that's born from the ashes of other Turkish teams here, MP. And it's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I do love to see these Turkish teams actually succeed, because we know that the Turks, they have a great talent pool. They can shoot. We've seen people picking them up as a duelist for their rosters, but now we have two teams that qualified for VCT. Reborn, are they kind of on the same track for these Turkish teams? Obviously, a new look for the VCT upcoming, or for the upcoming year, but still, I think Reborn, they are on a similar track that Ulf Esports and BBL Pacific were last year.
But the coolest thing about this year is that sort of change, because although next year we're going to see them enter the Turkish qualifier, which will be the biggest bloodbath in history for who's going to make it through. We're going to get upsets like crazy. I'm calling it now. But they can now make it to champs, which everybody was talking about like last year, BBL Pacific and Ulf. If they had been in the road to champs, dare I say, they might have made it. Like, I think especially BBL Pacific. Like, there were teams in the EMEA that they could have beaten. Like, I don't want to call out GX, but I think they might have lost their spot. So I think that this is super exciting for them as a squad, because it's the greatest advertisement for next year ever, but also for a team that's now, like, sort of, as you said, meshed together and has these superstar youngsters. If they can start the momentum now, that could genuinely take them to champions, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, oh, no, go for it.
Yeah, and I think they have the experience already. Obviously, Batu played for Apex and Reezy alongside BBL as well, so they do have that experience alongside the young talent. They could definitely have the shot for that.
Well, we were talking about Neon just a second ago, and we're going to talk about her again, because we need to talk a little bit about the differences between the two teams. I mean, we'll touch on Navi Junior later, but specifically for Reborn, Kachao has kind of completely dropped that Neon, a change that has been made on the fly, basically. It's a scary change to make when you're right in the middle of a competition. Maybe the stakes here in Challengers Stage 2 isn't quite as high, so maybe it is the stage where you do want to be making those changes, but going from that Neon mostly to the Raze now, MP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great switch, because you see the meta kind of go away from that Neon. I love that Reborn have done this switch. It's great. They're still unbeaten in this stage, but I'm yet to see whether Kachao can actually perform as he did with that Neon on these other agents as well, Tom.
Yeah, I think a lot of this comes down to, is he a player that has risen off the back of Neon, or is he a player that has that other depth in agents and we will still see that same level? Because the fact is, we even saw this with some of the top teams. I look towards SOP, who will soon have to move away, look towards the like of Lovers Rock as well. Like, you may not have been a Neon merchant, but when a meta forces you to become something, are you then able to move back? And are you able to move back as quickly? And that's the biggest question, because you watched BBL over this last year. They built themselves around Yoru. Yoru gets nerfed, and the team really struggles. So although they've managed to do very well in this stage, him individually has dropped off. Now, the good thing is, other players have picked up the slack, and they've still been able to get through their games with not too much difficulty. But going forward, are they going to have the same peak as when this man is dropping almost 270 ACS while being, what, 17 years old? Like, it's a hard line to sort of call, but Neon allowed you to do things as a duelist that's very hard to do on everything else.
Well, we can move now over to their opponents, an unlikely participant, or not participant, but representative from Northeast, the third seed, making it through in a group against CGN, who maybe are just destined not to make it out of groups at this point. But regardless, that's a good win for them to get. It was definitely hard fought in the end, only having 2 rounds over CGN, and of course the head-to-head win, which got them through to the playoffs here. But as per usual for Northeast, finding things very difficult to get out of the group stage. A lot of the times getting seeded, obviously one team gets seeded into every group. One of them's going to be in the group of death. That time Enterprise up against Reborn found it very difficult to make it through. So we've got Navi Junior as our representatives here, and I mean, it is going to be a dark horse performance, right? They are going to have to fight up against some teams which they are not pitted to win against, MP.
Yeah, but already a great result from newly formed roster. Obviously, I highlight Javelin Kolosha coming from that Boris roster. Kolosha being the spearhead for that roster, especially last year, being great player. But these players, they are really young. they don't have all of that experience that you probably have on the other side, and the average age of these players, I think it's somewhere along the line of 18 to 19. So a risky move, or I think it's a risky roster in terms of not having that experience. But on the other side, you obviously have Kolosha, who kind of stood in for Navi as well. He's been getting that experience from there, and the young talent that this roster have is usually great, and we've seen this throughout this tournament as well.
Yeah, I think as well, just think about this as what Navi are going for. This is them picking up, I believe, like a 10-man roster. You're going to try and teach these players how to be professionals. And they managed to get top 4. Like that's a crazy success story already. This team has only existed for just over 2 months, and a lot of it will be like, hey, come to a boot camp for the first time, like meet these other players for the first time. It's not like, now let's go and win the tier 2. Like that was never something that was probably even talked about. They've got the coaching staff to do it, and clearly they're swapping players here and there to try and make sure that's possible. But it's very impressive how far they've got already. It's just, do they have that level to now beat the teams that are trying to challenge the tier 1? And that's a very different question.
Yeah, and definitely underdogs as well. Like, I think Navi Juniors, in that name already, you kind of highlight that this is a team full of young players and a roster that is looking for that experience. And I think, Twiggy, you were already kind of going there. Kolosha is the one player that has the experience. He's been in the main roster of Navi, like I said, for EMEA Clash, but already got a win in VCT as well. So for a player that is 18 years of old, I think this is a great experience from there, and like Tom highlighted, there on a boot camp. But Kolosha, for me especially, he's especially an interesting player because last year he gained so much from the Neon. This year I feel like his agent pool has looked so much broader, and especially now that Neon has been nerfed, it's interesting to see where he is kind of slots in the team. Obviously he's still running the Neon, but then you have another player in your roster who is running the Neon as well, that being Darkzio, and Kolosha having had to flex on different roles. I think he actually have filled every role that this game has to offer. So a quite flexible agent pool as well.
Yeah, I kind of part of the Justice for Kolosha gang. I feel like people got to see him in tier 1, and he was probably the most sacrificial LAN player I've ever seen in my life. Like, there were genuinely rounds where he played Waylay and just had to dive into a guy's face to be shot so he could be traded. So I think his stats are a little bit unfair for how he realistically performed. And I think going back to the tier 2, he is still one of the players to watch in these matches, even if you've just come from tier 1 games and gone, okay, well, he didn't do that great statistically. Well, they won more games with him on the team, so I guess that's all you really need to take into consideration.
Sometimes the question is, would you rather be a small fish in a big pond or a big fish in a small pond? Where I wouldn't call Challengers EMEA.
I'd rather not be a fish.
Yeah, true, actually. Would you rather be a fully grown man in a pond of fish? I think that's usually the way you wanna play it. That would be great. That would be awesome. So many fish. Plenty more in the sea, as they say. All right, let's move on to what you guys expect from this first game. Obviously, it's going to be an uphill battle from Navi Junior. Is there a way that they can play the map veto, do you think, from studying those stats, where things go well for them, MP?
Yeah, I do think Navi Junior, they kind of have this permaban for loaders. They have been picking Haven and Ascent, but I do think they have another avenue as well of maybe going to Breeze. I think the Breeze have been quite good. They won against CGN, sure, they lost against Besiktas Esports, but that was a close loss. And for me, I think that's a map that could definitely be a decider map. Maybe it could be a pick for Navi Juniors. Do we see the Ascent or Haven for Navi to be the first one to be picked? I'm not quite sure. I think they have different avenues in the map pool.
I think that's the cool thing about this series is you look at Reborn and it's like almost the slightly more old school original maps. Like their split record is genuinely absurd. Over the last few months, they are 9-0. I'm sure it's more if you go back further. But then for Na'Vi, some of the more modern maps, like you're going for a Breeze, a Fracture, a Pearl, their records have actually been pretty good there. So I think there's ways they could play the map pool to help themselves out, but it does get down to a point of depth. And I do feel like from what we've seen, maybe more recently from Reborn, they have a little bit more depth, and I think that's what's going to make things harder for Na'Vi.
Well, right into things. Pearl straight away is the first map banned from Reborn, and yeah, as you guys said, going back to kind of I think the old map pool for Reborn is where they're gonna want to go. We're looking at that split for their first map. I think Pearl, Lotus both gone, and Reborn do get the first pick here. So suspense, so much suspense. And it is split to start things off. Okay.
No way.
Whoa. What? Oh my god, we're so smart, guys. We're so smart.
Yeah, I think this is the one that is a question mark for me. Which is the map that Na'Vi feels most comfortable in? And it's Haven. I mean, they have most repetitions in that map. Or actually, no, Breeze. They have 10 games on Breeze, which is a great record. But Haven, they have 9 different games here in the past few months. They've been decent at it, but I feel like maybe the Neon nerfs have made them double or question themselves. They've had to gone away from that veto back to Cypher, which is an interesting transition as well. I would think, especially with the Neon nerfs, you would go away from that Cypher to veto, since you don't have to deal with the Neon. But maybe they feel more comfortable with this comp.
It feels a little bit more of like a counter choice rather than like, obviously it's a map they played a lot, but I feel like if they were going for one with one of their better records, maybe they'd have gone for something like a Fracture maybe, but I think they just looked at like, okay, their opponents are 3-0 on Breeze, let's go for their weak map. And I'll be honest, I don't really like that as a call. I feel like you've kind of ended up on maps that and not the best for you, but also not the best for them, but then they get to start on their best map, and then you're taking a Turkish team to Ascent, which over the last few months we haven't seen Reborn play it, but if you've ever seen a Turkish team on Ascent, it's like they were born there. It's like the little turtles that just wake up and know to run into the sea. It's the same with Turkish players in Ascent. So I think that is a bold choice to end up on, and I think that of all the maps that could have come up in this series, I feel like Na'Vi have maybe even helped out Reborn a little bit by avoiding some of those bogey picks.
I was going to say, I have a fun stat for all of you. Na'Vi Junior have not won any of the maps that are going to be played today in the last month whatsoever. They have lost all of them every time that they've played them. Haven 3 times, Split twice, and Ascent once. So, you know, it's a new day. It's a new dawn. It's a new life for Na'Vi Junior. I'm sure they're feeling good. I think, however, Reborn are going to be feeling a lot better, though, MP.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're feeling confident. They have been great throughout this tournament. They are unbeaten throughout the stage 1 in both of their regional league and challenge as well. I feel like Reborn are probably looking at, if we take account into the 4 teams that got to playoffs, they're probably looking at Na'Vi as the first step to actually go against these more seasoned teams, more veteran teams, and maybe looking this as a stepping stone. For me, I think Na'Vi is the one that has to do the work here, have to have all of the strats, all of your best players online, and Reborn, they're probably just skating through this, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'd say maybe on Haven they've seen the composition that was being run by their opponents and felt like it's one they could take down. Got a lot more reps on it. So, and some of the games, like their loss to Besiktas was pretty close. So it's not the end of the world, but I do still sit there and go like, I would have much rather see them play maybe a Breeze or a Fracture or something like that, where you're going to force them into a map that you've looked very good at, especially Fracture. They're on a 4-win streak versus good teams. So clearly there's something that Jonta has looked at, picked apart, and gone, okay, I think we're going to win this here. But it's a bold choice, and I want to see why.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one to take a look at here, and we are going to get into the Asian select very shortly. But before that, obviously, look, here's the thing. I think Reborn have done a lot of chopping and changing with their compositions as we've moved through the meta here. I think Na'Vi Junior have been very resistant to that. Are we expecting anything different? I mean, we're already into things, and there are no differences for Na'Vi Junior here on Split, at least, but this isn't really one of the maps that they were going to be changing anything on. As we move further down the series, do you think that Na'Vi Junior have kind of landed on their compositions that they're going to be using for the current version of the game, MP, or will there be further changes as they move down this?
Yeah, I don't think it would be too wise for them to switch anything up at this stage. I feel like they've found their comfort picks. Yeah. They've made those switches throughout the season of Stage 2 in Northeast. They've gone away from those veto plays from Haven. They've done some switches on different maps as well. This split comp especially, they've run this 8 times, and it's been working decently with them. I feel like they've had struggles, especially at the start, against teams like Zombie Squad and Lost Puppies, which to me are kind of unknown. But against Team Liquid Academy, I think they did well on both of those matches, even though that they lost one of them. And Enterprise, one of the best split teams, so I think you can't take that into too much of an account that they lost 4-13, I think.
This comp for me from Na'Vi feels like one that's very good at beating Neon. Like, especially the Sage, like I feel like it's one of the best counters for Neon at the moment. Their opponents aren't running it. So a Waylay raise, they're going to be able to get over the wall, get over the slows, get over the util. I want to see how they're going to use the Sage, because I think that in that prior meta, it was fantastic. And in this one, I have my questions.
Yeah,
it's interesting double duelist, double controller setup as well for the side of Reborn without a Viper either. So I think usually people like to run the Viper here when they're running the double controller setup, but now they're going with the Astra and Omen, and I mean, it's been working for them. They made a small switch away from that Neon like you highlighted, but I think this comp is looking good for them.
Yeah, it's been, it was already going to be an uphill battle here for Na'Vi Junior, regardless of who they were up against. Up against Reborn, I think, is probably one of the most scary opponents that they could have. It's turned from, you know, an uphill battle to an up mountain battle here for Na'Vi Junior, and we're going to have to see if they can manage to bring something to Reborn. We're going to throw it to the casters now. Echo and Affinity.
Thank you so much, and what a pleasure to be here. And we feel like quite small people in, well, quite a big fish pond right now ourselves, but it's super hype, and we've got a really cool match to kick us on off here. Now, Agent Select was something I know that you wanted to really get into right away, because I think it's quite a spicy selection of characters we have today.
Yeah, the difference in compositions, the desk already covered it just a little bit anyway, but the hard stall comp from Na'Vi Junior, it's great against those Neon compositions, but when you've got the Raze and the Waylay, you've got things that can get past it. You can kind of fake a lot easier as well with the Waylay to pull out that utility. There's a lot of tools here that we might typically see Na'Vi Juniors use that they just can't use in the same way. So they're going to have to be careful with that.
Now, I think another thing we've got to set the stakes with here is that we've only really seen Reborn win with overtime victories today. Can they break that curse? Can they finally get it done in regulation? Well, we'll have to see. And we're kicking it all off right here, right now. Frenzy buy here from AV has really piqued my interest early on, but here we go, round the corner. Chow waiting. So Javelin. And the angle flash goes in. Good information. Steal away. Wall goes down. This is the cue to count. Rushing on forward. Dash over the top. They're immediately taken on down. And look at that transfer on over. And between the two of them, they look like they've done a good job. Just Hezekiah left now. The numbers, the cull herded.
Spike planted. I'm out of stars.
That goes on
This
out.
is going to be a pretty difficult one to play. He can't really rotate because of these Sage slows. He's trapped towards the back of sight, but they're giving him 2 1v1s.
Opposite sides, the same retake coming on through. Hezekiah waiting. Jump spot's been heard. Knows where both of them are. First fight isolated. Reload comes on in. Footsteps approaching. Jump round the corner. Colosso's got it. Got the defuse. And Na'Vi Junior a statement. Pistol round victory.
an important one at that. We said that typically with Reborn, we see them win in those overtime situations, and now here, they're losing out that pistol, and that's allowing Na'Vi Jr. to get online nice and quick. You could see the retake was a little bit fractured. They were still taking those 1v1s. Dancing around the back of screens was pretty good, but when you've got someone like Kalosha able to play like that, he's got the experience, and at the end of the day, the classic right click, it's a good one. We all know it's good. But now Na'Vi Jr., they've got this buy up. Reborn aren't choosing to go with any kind of major force. The shorty, though, for deading. Expect this to go straight towards Kalosha's face.
Slowly around the corner, and it is ever so slowly. Kalosha, though, wants no part of this. There's the first, immediately reposition. Here, the wall getting broken, you can see it getting broken as well, and immediately pounces once again. Jump over the top's being punished here. Spike gets dropped uncomfortably, and Darkseid is there just to dig the knife in even further. And now has the coil again, last left alive, baited on out by the tap of the orb, but will be successful in finding the first. Orb secured, and that's already the ult online.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be using it here.
No, God, no.
But he's still got 1 star left. Could try and get this spike back, throw the judge away, not even trying to use it. He knows he can't close the gap with that gun. Bird didn't spot him. But still, Na'Vi's felt guided to keep hold of this spike.
Side, Kalosha's got it on lockdown. Na'Vi Jr. conversion here. Set themselves up pretty nicely. And as we said, it's kind of a miracle story seeing them hit the furthest we've really seen them get in challenges. And it's a nice start.
Yeah, a nice start. It's going to allow them to continue this pressure. Obviously, the judge thrown away, but another one's been brought up by Abby. Keeping this going with the shotguns. Now, 2 ults online already. Star players, it seems like right now. Hezekiah and Kalosha. Kalosha was highlighted very understandably. An incredible player by the desk. He's locking down mid really well to start. And Na'Vi, extremity pressure a little bit, trying to find out the information, and they find some people from Reborn over towards A, but the spike's outside of B. And actually, Na'Vi Jr., Avi's already up close and personal with the judge.
Kalosha holding off on the wall for a second. Back. Flynn. Smokes on off. From the other side, gonna have to swing solo here, but nobody is daring to breach the smoke. There's a tiny little bit of a corner. No one's gonna give him the fight.
Reborn are just gonna head over towards A mid wall. Well, they broke it last time and they they died immediately because of Kalosha's stinger. Don't want to risk doing that again. Reezy just trying to keep a little bit of information. They know Kalosha's up over towards the left, but the most of Reborn heading up towards A. The guiding light spotted them, so Na'Vi Jr. can be sure it's coming here. And Darcio already quite aggressive. No, wow, the time is going so low that Reborn choose to back off away.
The stall in our A main has been perfect here. The cycling of util
30 seconds left.
deny Reborn the opportunity, the excitement to peak this. And now 20 seconds, they're gonna have to just rush. Let's make the Divide invested. The slow orb is just salt on open wounds. 15 seconds, jump over from Darcio is already up and behind them. Only good for the first and the second. Does eventually get traded on out, but only 8 seconds remaining. Javelin waiting on the other side. They're in the saturate, try and just all deny. Spike will go down. Javelin is going to find the first hit, but Kachow just clicking away, tapping away. Taizo, last player left, just the stinger. Upgrade the weapon, the drop one down. Kachow's been spotted, dancing with the corner here. Swings on out, taken down. As Saizo has it. Defuse comes through, 3rd round successfully bought, and they're not giving anything to work with. That timer's so low, but that's not even gonna matter.
The clutch comes on in. Na'Vi Jr. get the defuse. And it all came down to that time. They left A with such a small amount of time left, and the Sage still had the slows. And I mean, Darkseid pushing up forward, using the blast packs, the first one from behind the wall so it couldn't be heard. Surprising the side of Reborn. And they could do nothing about it. Saizo winning that final duel. And now, Reborn and Eco, Stingers, and a hard rush seems to be the answer. Try and get some aggression, some confidence back.
Obscuring vision.
So it comes on through. That's not going to stop them in the slightest. Already a player over the top. AV looking to swing. There's the first, trying to deal with the player they know has already jumped into their back lines, but no, Kachow's got two and gotten away with it. Paranoia comes on, outswing off the back. It's absolutely perfect. Combined with the sky flashes, everyone's blind. Deadlink round the corner. Kachow's still going. Heroics individually with the sidearm in hand. Saizo needing to step up. Clutch once again. Wrapping back around to the back alley. Got time to work with
Spike
here.
planted.
On out slowly round the corner. Is being watched here. Every step. Perilous, more so than the last. Trying to get far around, but is now trapped between the two of them. Crunched down upon, and it's a thrifty for Reborn to get their first round on the board.
You could see Reborn, they were just so quick. They had that little bit of a two-stage exec with the Waylay dashing in first, taking a lot of space. There were some nice things here from Na'Vi Jr. to try and anchor on the site, but I mean, AV using that Smite Phantom, taken out too quickly. And it was a bit too much for Saizo that time around. The first one, fine, but the second, not so much. And now Na'Vi Jr. actually an eco. A hero rifle on your Viper and another shotgun for AV. Crucially, there were a lot of ultimates. Showstoppers potentially coming on here. Oh, the outlaw.
Not able to get away alive there, but has been traded on out instantly by Reezy. Kalosha tested once again with the stall potential. So successful in that second round, but we find ourselves 3 rounds later and there's already a player up ramp. Darkzio's not expecting it. There's the first. Kalosha knows that they're about to get pushed, and heavily so. Support's far removed, and it's a Bucky in hand. What a headshot to hit through the smoke. Paranoia comes on out, just desperately fighting for the chance to regain vision, but no, will not be allowed any such luck. AV now, Bucky in hand, long walk away, not being spotted by guiding light, but a very cumbersome situation to try and get yourself into here. Just a classic really to work with. Upgrades the weapon, that's gonna be the sound cue. There's the first, and so much damage onto Batanax as well. Has no idea where Reezy is. Reezy's tucked on in. The double swing comes out, and Reborn doubling down on their success.
Coming back into this after losing the first 3, able to get 2 on at the board. Yes, okay, the last one's against a thrifty, but you're still happy getting this comeback online. A little bit out in the open there for the Waylay. Caught, taken down, and I mean, you could see the vision here for AV, right? Ready for it. The first kill was brilliant, and now we're really seeing these ultimates. These are going to be the key thing here for Reborn. Keeping their momentum, relying on these ults. Showstopper, AV, TP, fake, and immediately chased down.
So fast onto site, counter Showstopper. Both get fired, both find their respective marks. Seekers popped early. Find out AV pretty quickly. Javelin looking to help alleviate some of the pressure from up top as that smoke dissipates. And 3 players to peek on up from the heavens.
They're watching for that mid lurk, but actually Na'Vi, they have nobody there, so they're just pushing forward. Reborn now, oh, immediately. Convergent Path stops the retake in its tracks.
Bit of an unfortunate one. Flash around the corner, just tucking in. These crossfires are immaculate. Peek out onto AV, just information, good damage as well. Saturate around the corner, it's not going to find anyone. Batanax, there's the first. Revives invested as well. And time are getting so low as the picks come crawling on in. Tumbling on it, and even tap on the defuse being heard. And Batanax here, just sidearm in hand. Time's already on his side. Just can he get the pick? Doesn't matter. Saizo's not going to find the defuse. Saizo's not going to walk away alive. And it's a clutch coming on through to tie up the scoreboard.
All of a sudden, we are tied up, and now, despite the fact that Na'Vi Jr. have had a pretty good start to the map, it's disappeared. The economy's looking a little bit rough for them as well. I'm expecting a timeout to come through relatively soon, because I think they're gonna need it. They've got the right ideas in how to play these rounds, but they're just a little bit too slow. The convergent path is a big thing for it, but really middle is the big concern. They were very worried about it. There was nobody from Reborn there, but this time, oh, there's gonna be.
Completely sidestep the Viper's pit there. Already tucked on in. All Saizo seeing ghosts in the smoke, not spotted anything. And look, they've had to fall way back off. This entire portion of map has been closed for business.
Despite the lower buy coming out from Na'Vi Junior, they've managed to secure mid, take down 2 players from Reborn. A potential thrifty back here for Na'Vi Junior if they can stop this push onto B.
Paranoia is so primed. And there you have it. 1 flash, 2 flash, 3 flash, all blind. Deading though, still able to find 1. Still very disadvantageous push on in. On the corner, dancing with it, hoping someone's gonna push, someone's gonna peek in, but you gotta make the first move on this attack side. Loop on in up top. They're about to walk into Javelin's crosshairs though. Deading, there's a swing on out. Flash to assist. Spots the crossover to the left-hand side. Doesn't even need to call in reinforcements. Reezy though finds the player up heaven. Knows there's one to the left to be scared of. And caught TP in hands. And Na'Vi Junior, another round on the board.
Coming back into it off the back of that Viper's Pit. The decay so good when you've got the shotgun lined up for it. Allowing the easier kills coming on from the players towards heaven. And the retake not too slow this time around. Reezy would have been shot from main if he hadn't died there regardless. And now, Reborn themselves down to a broken buy. The economy's not really settled in for either of these 2 teams because of the various streaks that both of them have been on. If Reborn can win this out, then the money's going to be relatively okay for Na'Vi Junior for the next round, but the one after it's going to be rough. And crucially, Na'Vi Junior are going to need to get as many rounds on this defense side as they can. Because Reborn are really good on the attack, and you can see the execs, the plans that they have.
Flooding on in. Oh, no. Court manages to get 1 on the no-scope. Instantly traded on out here. Chow up top, slowly. Diligence clearing on out, dodging the main shells. But no, falling back, having a look in towards ropes. To crunch down on this B side, but the longer they wait, the more time Na'Vi Junior has to rotate, peel over, and prepare for the onslaught.
It's only Kalusha here. They've just about managed to bring Saizo in. Still got 1 slow in hand. Probably needs to use that relatively soon to try and separate the split. Unless Reborn look to explore elsewhere. They're worried now about Na'Vi Junior refilling, backfilling towards mid. And well, you can see Avi's looking for it. Not gone for it yet. It's Reborn. They push towards B. Kalusha up first.
Ooh, insane peek there from Kachao. Tazo waiting, hiding in the smoke. Has seen what's happened to his teammates, looking to try avoid a similar fate. But that smoke should be fading any second. Swings on out, fighting for his life, his chance to continue in this round. Not having it though. The light goes on over. AV has been spotted on out. The question is whether you even want to try go for this. The drop on down hasn't been heard, but the Seekers come on through, allowing the space to work with. Flash around the corner. Kachao still here. Finds the 4th. And it's almost pixel perfect.
The 180 to close that round out, and now Reborn coming back in. This is back and forth. We said that, you know, Reborn previously overtime only in EMEA Stage 2. And well, that's continuing on here. A Kachao clean with it. I don't know how you hit that so cleanly, so smoothly. And because of this back and forth, neither team has been able to really feel like they need to call a timeout, which then does mean they've not been able to get anything above this 4-4 so far. Reborn aggression over towards ramps, and it's working. Javelin immediately taking out the round, and Kalusha left alone. Kachao, an insert, a lurk, aggressive.
Toxin screen down.
So surely knows, is aware, is trying to clear out these corners. And Kalusha pushed up on the angle. They've dealt with the insert. However, mid falls, slicing up in the middle of the map, and with Reese finding that pick, B's open for business. Dartzio's going to be heard on the jump on up. Tanax waiting, looking to punish a gun barrel spotted, creeps round the corner, snatches Dartzio's life away. Kalusha's been spotted by the blind, has to peek on forward, pushing through the smokes though is going to be awkward and cumbersome, decides actually best not even to bother with it. Atanax though diligent to holding this on, safety from above, and I think that's the call to save. They want no part in trying to retake this.
This is the thing, Reborn so far have either gone aggressively mid or just hard exec to sight. This time around, they sent both duelists over towards ramps, and it kind of threw Na'Vi Junior for a loop. They thought it was a hard exec towards A. They pulled their rotates over there. And that let the lurk from the double dome, which is still a very interesting composition from Reborn, walk up B main, take down AV, and just get the spike down for almost free, only losing Kachao on that aggression over towards A. And now I've got to imagine Na'Vi Jr., surely we have a timeout coming through to work out how they can fix this, how they can stop falling for the bait. And a big part of this, for me at least, is this Sage Wall has been used very early in the round, which means it's kind of gone by the middle, which allows Reborn that kind of space to play around in the middle of the round once that Sage Wall is gone.
Yeah, and timeout, as we said, called on now, trying to find a solution before it gets too far removed. Because Reborn, the kind of pattern of behavior we've seen through this whole tournament has been relatively even halves, victories in overtime. If they could take a little bit of a lead, try buck the trend here, would be nice to see. And a team like Na'Vi Jr. is one that I'm sure is on their docket to try break the curse with.
But they're going to have to see if they can. As you can see, these players focused, listening, seeing what they can find to come back into this. Because at the end of the day, Reborn, I do think, are the upper dogs, the favorites in this fight, right? Realistically, this team has looked very strong. This map specifically, they're currently 9-9 as Reborn on it. Obviously, S2G previously, maybe a different story. And now, Na'Vi Jr., another broken bye. The story of this map so far. And they're going to have to try and fight tooth and nail. I think they're going for the Soul Torp for Darkseid, but they're going to find Reborn here instead.
They are. Actually, that smoke forces them off. They will allow Darkseid to get the orb, get away with the showstopper in tow, and leave AV here just in case they want to repeat, re-clear, and still continue to show presence in the garage. Things being spotted in mid, and we talked about the wall going there almost every round. There's been a switch up that's going to be raising some alarm bells. Flash goes on out. Reezy, lovely swing. Javelin just has to fall back as to not get fallen, taken down by the wayside. Darkseid 1, showstopper popped. It's up close. It's not going to find it. Reezy clinging on. Teleport on out. Teleport up to safety. And now just Kalosha left.
Spike planted.
But on through. Fight with Reezy on the hands up first. No, Deading peeks on out. Nobody's going to swing off the back of that, though. Able to tuck into the left-hand wall. Slow goes out to try isolate this fight with Reezy. But over the vacuum, that's just going to stall it. Wait, and now everyone's eyes, everyone's attention up here. And yeah, Deading's been separated from the team, but there's still 3 players here. There's the first taken down. Pulling round to the top, spots the jump over in towards the alley. Can't really deal with it right now, can't afford to overcommit to this one fight. Knows that there's still Hezekiah. Back turned, and they're just not going to allow the time there. Reezy swings out to find it, and Reborn so good at playing with the extremities of that time.
They really waited out towards B main. They had no map control elsewhere. The Skydog, the Trailblazer, up towards mid to try and throw a little bit of a fake. But it really came down to Reezy. The flash onto AV was beautiful from Batu. But then Reezy on site, dancing around, TPing up to try and get this new position as well. And ready to close it out, taking out Kalosha. As Reborn secure 6 at the half, at the very least. Showstopper online for them as well on the attack side as aggression towards ramps. We've seen this before.
Darkseid, Javelin, they've got it on lockdown though. Kachao round the corner, eats the full blind there, tucking back away. Pushing onto site here. Javelin just to make sure that tower's safe, allows Sizo the room to work, but it's not entirely so. Hazards litter the workplace, and Kachao is waiting.
Going up.
And so much just to stall them, even trying to re-clear into this space to get close to the retake. Showstoppers, pop goes on out. Even the res is used here, but now the tide turns completely. 5 versus 2 here. Feels maybe like a little bit of an overcommitment. AV finds one, traded on out. Defuse coming on through, just Batanax left here, but there's so much time in the smoke there. Knows that there's no chance that he's even going to get to peek that defuse. Look just to cling on to the weapon, a life raft in the next round.
Last round before the switch.
And a really great comeback here for Na'Vi. If they can manage to get themselves into 6, they'd be incredibly happy after how the middle of this half has gone. Great defense. It came down to just pure fighting, pure duels. And somehow Darkseer surviving that showstopper. I don't know how that happens, but he came back to life, and that 5 versus 2 just too much for Na'Vi to overcome. And now last round of the half, pretty even across the board. Convergent paths though for Reborn, potentially a big part of their exec, and they avoided the guiding light. Kalosha, oh, the wall, good timing.
Amazing timing. The jump on over, though. They're going to buy the space. Deading, there's the first. Backs away, no consequences to be found. And now allowed them onto site. Peek on out of the smoke. Javelin finds one, falls back. Good enough for now. Flash to go back out, not going to repeat. Going to wait, let them plant the spike. Allow Saizo to work some magic with this position. Wrap around from ramp. Followed out. Anybody just yet, and as the smoke dissipates, that's going to be the chance to pounce. Deadink, though, hugging the corner, watching this angle like his life depends on it. There's the first. Saizo out in the open, isolated. Tapping away, swung from the side. Saturate goes on in, he's caught completely off guard. Vulnerable, a sitting duck, and that's going to be 5-7.
One enemy. Spike planted. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
The battle of the stalling continues, but now other side. Sides flipped. And it is Reborn going up 7-5 at the moment. Pistol round, though, could really start to dictate the pace. Na'Vi Javelins, they came into this map hot and spicy. Can we see they can start the second half with the same luck?
Reborn typically on the defense, hyper aggressive. This round, though, starting far back, patient. Oh, except for Kachao, he's never patient. He's going for it. He does back off, though. A little bit discipline is what we need to see. As they're setting up like they're trying to be split, but it's not happening. Not yet, at least. Darkseer notes at least one more close to him. And now, Na'Vi Jr. pushing up towards mid.
Time to hunt. Go in, clear out the space first. Followed in very swiftly by Frosha. Actually going to reach it, try clear a little bit of mail there, but not going to spot anybody. Already dropped down into ropes. The A players, well, I don't know if they know how nasty of a surprise they're in for Batanact. Saizo might get caught off guard here, needs to stay alive, and has drawn so much of the attention away. Any pick you find is going to be gold, but it's bought the space for the A flood to come on in, completely unaware. Now Javelin round the corner, cops a nasty shot from Kachao. Flusher on top of the wall here, locked them out of sight already. They're not expecting him. Up on top, there's two. 3 versus 3 now, spikes down. Waiting, tapped by Kachao. He's really trying to make this round happen. That's the third. Now just AV here, tucked in. Paint shells, oh, devastating, so much damage done. And the footsteps have been heard around the corner, looking to hunt him down. Tap to lure him on out, bait him on out. They've done so successfully.
remaining.
Back's turn, able to isolate the first. Ducking away. Time's getting a little bit scary now. Tap to try bait him out once again, but he's not bitten this time. Looking to try stick it, and they're running out of time to do it. There's the swing on out, and AV's got the clutch. And it's a 6-7 scoreline.
They managed to get it in with that clutch. I thought it was over when Kalosha got that 2K in, while Avi managed to close it out as well. Reborn, typically aggressive, and they do eventually bring that aggression out towards a main to try and punish the one person they know is most likely lurking in Saizo. You'll often see if the team's pushing mid or B that he will be here out towards a main all alone. He's doing the same thing again this round, but now Reborn, B main, Sage slow from Closure to stop them taking it, to allow and to scare that maybe Na'Vi's pushing it all aggressive. And actually, wait, where was Reezy going? What?
Well, straight to the grave is where he's gone. And now peek on out. Kalosha, what a shot. Whittle down the numbers significantly. Orb goes out. That makes the swing awkward. Well, not for Deddy.
Doing a thing.
Tap, just to see if anybody else is there. Spots the blinding coming on through. Actually, not even phased. Pushing on forward. Cut through the middle of the map. Na'Vi Jr. have got all the space to work with. Now, peek out into ramp. Somebody's been spotted. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. Batanax is going down either which way there. Orb secured. Snake bite in towards screen. Buys them the security to get onto site. There's nobody there now. Wraps from both sides. Come on in.
And now they get this very easy post plant. They don't have the Sage Wall, maybe. Dead Ink is on the flank, trying to look for something. Picked up the Bulldog as well from B main. Chance to play spoiler. But Na'Vi Jr. playing so safe, so together.
No reason throwing away picks, giving them the credits, the ult points if you don't have to. Jennings managed to work all the way up ramp, joined his teammate, but there's nothing they can really do because Na'Vi Javelin haven't given them a single inch of window of information to this site hole. All goes up for the escape as well. Yeah.
So much info denial. And now it all comes down to the right click from Hezekiah. Can he find anything? Take any more guns out? There's one.
There is one. Oh, and two. Actually, trapping them in here. This is messy. And they take down the whole lot. And yeah, that's one way to close out the round. Sure, it's not a win, but it's the next best thing.
And now, unless they full force, this bonus is going to be incredibly weak. Great work to try and get as much damage possible done. That is as good as you can hope that late in the round. The right click getting two is just kind of crazy, but the use of the saturate to confirm those final 2 ones with Dead Ink swinging through is incredible. Dead Ink now Outlaw online. They know that the buy is awful from Na'Vi. They've got stingers and light shields only, so he's holding down A main all to himself. Expect a guiding light maybe to try and clear it. There we go. See if he can move over towards mid, because that's where all of Na'Vi is.
And the stall, we talked about it. It's a game of trying to deny the space, trying to deny any room for Reborn to drive that point home. Foul waiting, dancing. Smokes, come on out. Taylor calling on over teammates just to confirm this. Paranoid goes out, catches both of them from Garage, and that's going to be the chance for swing, but Batanax has got two. Still alive to tell the tale, not for much longer, but Reezy and Hezekiah are there just to confirm, get this round over the line. AV, it's going to need to be a huge clutch here, but Kachow up top. And actually the satchel on in just to shoot the tree. Why not? Have a bit of fun with it. Retake and regain that lead.
And now Reborn looking like they can try and come back in. It's going to be tough still, because that was up against the force only, and you know it wasn't clean. There was some really nice kills here coming in from Na'Vi Jr. with those stingers. You can see they practiced them up. The use of the satchel's a bit of fun, that's all good, but now we've got ultimates online. Kalosha with the 3rd res already, and Hezekiah, Cosmic Divide. We saw that used very early in the first half, and now on the defense, probably saving it for the retake, but Na'Vi, a lot of damage done to Darkseer immediately as this mid control was happening.
Poison's off.
Heal. Thank you, Kalosha, for that at least, but the shields are still all gone as they make their way over towards A. Outlaw. Everyone's one shot to it. Kachow. Deadink. Trying to find something. They could very easily if they dodge the Trailblazer. I think it saw him.
I think so. Being fully blinded and trapped, pinted in a corner. There's the first. Immediately dash on out of there. Weapon upgrades. Batanax has got one. And Dedink's looking to try trap them, ferry them in towards the site here. AV, though, round the corner. Oh, luckily able to get out of dodge scot-free, because that mistake could have very easily gone punished. D-swing on out. AV through the smoke, swings out. Kachow up top, looking to try rein this one back in. They've got the player advantage. Javelin falls, and now just AV left to try clutch once again. No, Hezekiah denies, and Reborn starting to re-establish the lead they lost in that pistol.
Na'Vi are just taking 1v1s. Happy to go. AV might have won that one out against Reezy, but the rest that they were taking, and they had no need to go for, as we see. After that replay, still, the round had barely finished. Spamming all the bullets of all the guns into all of the bodies if you can, but we're really seeing Na'Vi's lack of discipline come in to hurt them here. The intuition of these younger players can be incredible, but it's very much focused on that individual intuition instead of what you need to do as a team. And it's definitely fallen them foul there. Split historically, not a great map for them, so they're not super worried about winning this. They're more looking at Haven and Ascent, but still, you want to see that discipline. Otherwise, Deadink, wow, he's going to look for you.
Going hunting. He's pushing through smoke after smoke. Super advanced position here. The hop's being heard, but there's nothing they can really do. They're just going to leave him be. Line goes on out. Information early. Spinning through the smokes. Oh, it's going to be good for the first there. Player's already crossing up ramp. That's now going to be dancing in the mind of Batanax. The Chow called on up the space just to peek on out here. Knows that they haven't pushed too far just yet. Elbow spotted through the wall. Now knows there's a whole host of them. It's a party. And Na'Vi Javelins uninvited. Gate crashing. Find two. Now 3 versus 2. Weapons invested. And actually, even putting the res into this, they know there's a chance. And unfortunately, AV, as soon as they're taken down, as soon as they're back up, they're dead once more. And now running back through spawn, trying to head to the other side of the map. Test their luck there.
I mean, they're going to be able to get the spike very safely, very easily. I was not expecting the res to come on through. A little bit risky. Yeah, you take it to a 3 versus 3, but Reborn, they had so much space. And now they're going to have to retake all of it. Every step of the way back over towards B, as soon as the spike goes down, could mean death. We know it doesn't, but they don't know that. And now spike goes down. Only bandits. And Javelin's trapped away from the site, in with the enemies.
Wow, really been sort of fed to the wolves here. However, a chance really to try over well, but no, just gets run on down. The sacrificial lamb. Kalosha, there's the first, tapping away. Good damage onto Reezy. Wall's gonna get broken here. Round the corner, 4 health. The paranoia invested. Finds one more, comes down to the 1 versus 1. And Kalosha gets it! And Na'Vi Javelins fumble after fumble, but they somehow tumble onto a round whip.
Incredible work from Kalosha. How do you win that out? The headshots through the wall with the bandit were beautiful. It looked over and done with. This player is incredible. Immaculate play, playing off the back of the wall. Maybe okay, feeding Javelin to the wolves for almost nothing, but look at these shots. The shorty couldn't get reloaded, and the timing of the peak there onto Reezy was just amazing. But now Reborn aggression on this defense. AV, he got 2!
Showstopper invested in, and Kachow's far too deep into a very uncomfortable situation. Spotted out by the dog there. Needs to back away. So far pushed, and they have to regroup because that A side's already fallen. Spike goes down early. The reclear comes on through mid as well. They've bought themselves a little bit of room and a nasty flank here potentially. Hezekiah looking to get ahead. The pace has been unparalleled, but no, falls there at the hands of Sizo. Tanax waiting. Has no flashes to try get around the corner. Just has to swing dry. Has found the first. 1 versus 3, and Batanax is trapped now on site. penned in with his opponent. Spam through the screens is going to be really good here. Switches weapons, not having to reload. The swing on out. And 16 HP, Doxio still gets it. And Na'Vi Jr., well, it's not been the cleanest, but it's been working.
If you can rely on individuals like Avi, like Kalosha to win you these rounds, you may as well.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
Yeah, but we have to see if they can continue this. That's the downside of the rely on the individuals, is letting it continue. But they've now got money behind them. Reborn have used 2 of their ultimates in the last couple of rounds, so they're gone as well. Those were big win conditions. They're now down to an eco Sheriffs. Can they bring another Thrifty up against the team that just thriftied them before?
Better hope so. Now waiting in mid has been an absolute demon here. And there's the first. Does get traded on out. Smoke comes out. Try cause them to stall, to pause for a second. Allow the team to pull on in. Recalibrate in towards mid.
Slow. Steady and patient. This retreat. We're seeing Na'Vi Jr. now thinking about the game on the next level, but they've still got to worry. The guiding light spotted them. They can now pull the rotates over, can Reborn get ready for this, but they've still only got pistols to deal with 4 members of Na'Vi.
Gonna require both of these prongs to be perfect, and as the first falls, Reezy doubles in responsibility. Paranoia's available, allows the reposition, swings on out. 2 blind players, not gonna find either of them. Soizo's perfect. And now Dead Ink spraying away, hoping for something, anything. The re-smoke, though, feels like the cherry on top.
Spike planted.
Corner AV's gonna hear absolutely nothing. Just waiting for the swing, though. Timing on this could be everything. They're gonna clear him on out. No, they're not. And the moment he chooses to swing has got both of them with their backs turned. Osha, sidearm in hand. That's going to be AV's call to action. Swings out. Where's 1? There's 2. And Na'Vi Jr. secure themselves the lead again.
And now Reborn are so far behind. Not necessarily in round difference, but at least in economy and ults. They've got to try and bring this back. Kachao opening it up, sure, maybe a couple of nice sheriff shots coming on through, but when you've got AV lurking in your backlines, ready to shut you down, he opened up the previous and closes this, and finally we see Reborn using this timeout. Dead Ink with the operator. Something that could be incredibly powerful against Na'Vi if they continue this heavy contact style of play. They don't have a lot of info tools long term to get that information, but they've got the smokes, crucially, to try and shut down as many of these angles as possible. I don't know. This is now looking like Na'Vi Jr. They might have been able to turn this around.
That raises some questions for the series as a whole, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because this is Reborn's map pick.
This was meant to be Reborn's, not just map pick. This is the map they have not lost since they became Reborn. On S2G, I think they might have lost it once or twice. We'll have to fact check that at some point. But here, as Reborn, they haven't. And now, Operator online for Dead Ink. No shields available. Phantoms one-shot headshot kill. Less bullets to take them down as well. And he's over towards B. They're going to get no value from this in the early round.
None at all. The jump immediately up top. Batanax pressured. Ezekiel, get the reload in whilst you can, because, well, they're right on your doorstep and they've come knocking. The TP, and that is a nasty wall over the top, but Hezekiel spotted this. Hezekiel knows that there's a possibility. Jump on down. All of this has been heard and pieced together, and it's a nice wall. It's very flashy, but it doesn't find any value. But they all walk away alive, and that, I'd argue, more important.
I've seen that one on social media, but it didn't find the value here. I think Reborn aware of all of those little tricksy things you can do. And actually now, thanks to the Seekers, they've managed to make the right rotates over. Kachao already on B. The operator still here from the start of the round. So, Na'Vi, they go back towards A, but look at Hezekiel. So aggressive so quickly.
To be careful. Seek them out. Oh no, the Seekers, that's a little bit of a pain. That's the game given up, taken down, spotted, and what has been a lovely flank all comes to nothing. But Na'Vi Jr. super quick on up. Darkseid showstopper pop. Jumping up top, looking, hunting for somebody to fire it towards, but no, nobody's gonna be there. Batanak's gonna take down Sizer, but it's on the other side of the map. And now, so much room to reposition, such a buffer and space taken beyond the site to work with. And Reborn just holding on to these weapons because they really cannot afford to let them go.
They can't. They lose this operator, they lose these weapons, and they're down to an eco, and Na'Vi's close to map point. As now, they're looking like they're going to be able to take this away. Reborn, who have been so unstoppable, a 12-game win streak, this roster on this map could all disappear. It could fizzle away.
Is it us? Are we just cursed with breaking win streaks? Is that...
Oh, yeah. It
seems like it might be. But yeah, Na'Vi Jr.
true.
11, and we talked about it. Yes, 3 saved weapons is good, but that's not going to matter when we're pushing towards map point like this.
No, really not. I mean, Dead Ink has shields this time around on the operator. Sure, if they push into him, that's useful. He's gone over towards A. Let's see if Na'Vi Jr. are wanting to even bother to challenge him over there. I guess they don't know what gun he had, don't know where he is. They will. Okay. It looks like we'll have at least one person over towards A. Is he'll be holding this down, Dead Ink, with this op. They're hiding from the guiding light. Oh, they keep playing around with this. The information gained for Batu, rarely accurate. He usually sends it over at about now, but instead Dead Ink just going to hold the line.
Waiting, ever so patient. Can only hope that that will be rewarded. Chow, here's a lot of util being hurled his way. Back a little bit. Retake the fight. Looking to take the fight over here with Batanak's on the ropes. It's going to be an awkward one. Dead Ink here, though. Orb goes out. Just fall away. Oh, Batanak jump scared there. Round the corner, missed shot. Dashes on out of there, but they're pushing on forward, caught by the tip of the paint shells. And now Dead Ink, low health, trying to find this. Ducking in and out of the wall there. Darkseid's not going to be able to find the pick. And Dead Ink being pushed on site. The walls are closing in. The map is closing in. Darkseid finds his.
Spike planted.
And now Hezekiah awkward round the wall here. No one's going to peek this. Kalosha just dancing with it, but the paint shell sent on in. Just a stall to buy that time. Breezy up top here. The smoke's gonna fade. Takes the fight with Darkseid, unfortunately not walking away from it alive. And Kalosha with the last. Not only is it map point, it's a flawless round.
Match point.
Flawless is just exactly how Na'Vi are looking now. They've switched over to the attack side. This is incredible from them. The juniors. We saw how young this team is. And they're coming up against a team that is so strong on this map and dominating the individuals. Yes, okay. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Reborn, they need to fix it because it's broken. They saved the round before because they thought they could win that one there to stop Na'Vi Jr. getting up to 12. They forfeited a round essentially for that one, and they still lost it. And now the buy is going to be broken, and this feels inevitable now for Na'Vi Jr. that they should be able to win this out. Oh, I love Sizo's headphones.
Oh, they are
bright.
stunning. But I think you're right, because this doesn't just bring the map into contention. That lost round brings the series into question now. And that's a very worrying prospect. If you're Reborn, you're coming in. It's Na'Vi Jr. They narrowly scraped out of groups. This is the furthest they've been. They're young. They're supposedly meant to be less experienced than such a legacied roster. But no, absolutely not. They've been caught off guard by just the energy.
And if you're young, if you've got that energy, it's working, right? You can see
They made me
the
feel
speed.
old.
And like, as you look towards this series, if this map goes the way of Na'Vi Jr., the only time in, very recently on their new composition that we've seen Reborn, they lost 5-13 to Focus.
Focus.
And that just could be a 2-0, just right here and then. If this map goes the way of Na'Vi Jr., it's a slow attack side on this one. They've got to watch out for the Outlaw, but there's no light shields. They've all got full.
Easy. Oh no, cops a bullet through the wall, and that's the worst way to start it. I tell a lie. It gets worse. Sizo finds a pick. A player down. The defense weakened. are now looking desperately to try re-clear over towards A main, see what's going on, what's the situation. But no, B side's been left weak.
Hezekiah is alone here, completely alone. Pushing aggressive, has to try and find something to slow down Na'Vi.
And go in for the peek here. Oh no, the boom bot, the swing on out, and the bot's gonna get the kill. And there's nobody even nearby. The res comes on through. It's like nothing ever happened. Na'Vi Junior on site. Reinforcements from Reborn worlds away. Wall goes out. Reposition from AV. And the stars are aligning. Batanax smoked on off. Flash ready to peek on through, but immediately the paint shells in response. AV's found the pig. The drop on down's been spotted by Kolosha, and now it's just Reezy. Sniper in hand. AV jumps through with the shorty, and Na'Vi Juniors. Map 1, a map we didn't expect to see them take, let alone so comfortably. And now the second ever map in this entire tournament that Reborn has lost at the hands of the Young Guns.
And it's just a crazy thought that this is what has happened here. What work from Na'Vi Junior to win it out in that fashion. Going up 1-0 against the team that, you know, the desks were talking about the potential of them making it up in a VCT, but they're being beaten out by a junior team. What's happening here?
I don't know what to tell you. And there were moments there that we were like, Na'Vi Junior, it seems like some of the communication within the team and that intuition on beyond an individual level is maybe not quite there. But, I mean, just stunning stuff. Honestly, the individuals are firing on the cylinders. And other than those fumbles that we picked up on, I mean, a pretty good map.
Yeah, but I think we're going to have to listen to the desk to break all this down. So, Twiggy, what just happened?
Oh, whoa. I have two very, very smart people next to me for this exact reason. And look, I want you to treat me as if I was born yesterday and I don't know what Valorant is, because that's basically how I approach this game. I have you guys here for that reason.
That's the case.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. You know what? We'll talk about this after the show. We'll talk about this after the show. So do we have an HR department? Who cares? Right. Na'Vi Junior. I mean, managing to take the first map away, and I think it's fair to say, MP, that neither or none of us expected this outcome, especially on split.
What do you
get out of that? Yeah, neither of you. Well, I didn't either. I mean, I do form opinions from time to time. MP, what do you take from this? Did you expect that result?
No, absolutely not. Especially when we see the win streak that Reborn has had. Even with S2G, I think they were on a 12-game win streak on this map. And Na'Vi Juniors, maybe the underdogs of this tournament, I was so sure that Reborn are just gonna come here, take their own map, and be one map up when we go to Haven. But Na'Vi Juniors, I think they kind of fixed their gaps, especially round 16. I think it was something that Na'Vi was struggling with the trades, not placing themselves correctly on the duels, opening gaps. But then the next round, Kolosha got 1 versus 3 clutch, saw gaps from the side of Reborn as well, and Kolosha were just able to exploit that. And after that, I feel like Na'Vi looked stronger and stronger. They had interesting ideas on the attacking side, how to kind of counter these race ults coming from the defensive side, and in the end, Na'Vi Juniors, they were just a better team.
Yeah, I think that they managed to win some sort of like crazy clutch rounds here and there. I think that but obviously you kind of asked the question of like, did we know this was coming? And obviously, as a man that is currently wearing a Na'Vi t-shirt, obviously,
of course,
my prediction of them not winning split was clearly just to cast a curse. So you know,
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I think you're completely correct on that. Let's take a look at some of what led us here so that we can actually... I feel like we're really running off track. Maybe it's the heat. I don't know what's going on. But we can take a look here at the pistol rounds. I think these were instrumental, right? Realistically, these were two very instrumental pistol rounds. I mean, first off, Na'Vi Junior just running away with things to start the game off, and then the second round as well. I mean, these were two very important moments for both sides in how things turned out. MP, obviously pistol rounds are important, but when you look at this, did they, for you, like, make it the way it was, right? Did Na'Vi Junior really capitalize off of those times when they had equal economy?
I mean, to me, I'll go back to the pistol rounds, especially because Navi Junior, especially on the first half, they got 3 rounds out of the winning that pistol round. Usually you just get 2, but they got the bonus round as well. And then on the attacking side as well, they went and they won the pistol round, which, I mean, to me, Reborn, they were so close onto winning that, but somehow Navi Juniors were able to clutch it out. And from that, I feel like the momentum kind of shifted on the side of Navi Junior. They were able to capitalize off of those rounds. Sure, Reborn won a few rounds to come back a little bit, but in the end I feel like what started that second half was the pistol round and a couple clutches as well.
Well, yeah, the clutch from Kolosha, I was sort of saying how he would make the Sage work, and a lot of it was just like, it felt like Reborn didn't know how to play against the Sage. So you look at the first 3 rounds, they lost 1 because they just didn't break it. Like, one of them was shooting it, then they got slowed, ran out of time, and just had loads of problems there. Then you had the clutch where they're running through the gap in the Sage wall rather than breaking the whole thing. Like, it's just like, it's someone in Kolosha who knows how to play around his wall and play around his slows and put himself in irritating positions, and a team that it feels like doesn't know how to deal with that, which is quite funny because obviously Sage has been around for such a ridiculously long time, and it's something you kind of should go, yeah, just break the wall and be ready for him to be on top of it, but they struggled.
Yeah. And for me, Darkseal was one of the key players for the side of Navi Juniors. Obviously 7 entries, and why I highlight Darkseal is because he is the Neon player for the side of Navi Juniors in Haven. So I'm wondering whether he can actually keep this first duels up. Can he actually win enough first duels for the side of Reborn? He's not gonna be on that agent that is usually going to be winning those duels, but he's going to be the agent that is distracting, so it's going to be interesting to see that map as well.
All right, well, a 2-round loss streak on Split there, broken by Navi Junior. Can they do it again 3 times in a row now they have lost Haven? We'll have to find out. We're going to a quick break, and then we'll break that one down for you afterwards. See you in a bit.
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. A million reasons to turn, a million ways to get burned, and still inside it I go. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already in it and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. None, we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on an X till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on an X till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Challengers EMEA Stage 2. Na'Vi Jr. have started things off with an upset against Reborn, and we're getting things going very, very quickly, so we're going to move through very, very quickly here. It was an unexpected win there for Na'Vi Jr. on Split, who have lost twice in a row on this map, and it is definitely one of Reborn's favourite maps. But as we move to Haven, I can't say anything but the same thing, right? With Na'Vi Jr., again, 3 losses in a row on this map. Reborn have been doing well here. It's playing right into their hands, and they're still letting it slip through their fingers like grains of sand, MP. Do you see anything
Neon
changing for Reborn here?
Yes, Gachao going Neon. I think this is really unexpected, Tom. I mean, I think the talking point was that Reborn completely went away from this Neon composition, but now Gachao is back on it.
Yeah, I think obviously a poor performance that they had in their last game versus Focus, where they got battered while running Jet Phoenix. I guess they've just decided to throw everything out of the window and go, okay, you like playing Neon, I like playing Jet. Let's just try and outfrag them on a map that we're not feeling comfortable on. And honestly, I'm down for it. Turkish Jet, Turkish Neon, both pretty good.
If what happened on Split didn't work, then maybe it is time to get scrappy with it, right? Sometimes you just have to bring the fight down to bare knuckles. So we're going to find out now exactly how that works out for Reborn here, whether they can turn this series around. Please, Echo and Affinity, take it away.
Oh, it is an absolute pleasure to be in the boxing ring with these teams for this matchup because, wow, I'll be honest, if you'd asked us at the start whether we'd see Na'Vi Jr. a map up coming into Haven, well, I wouldn't say we would have laughed. We would have raised an eyebrow and wondered where you were getting your prophecies from. But I'm so kind of dumbfounded by what we saw on map 1. And I'm excited to see this scrappy map 2 because I think that's maybe the only way to take Na'Vi Jr., right? What you were doing, what you were running with your set fundamentals wasn't working on map 1. Maybe just getting down to the nitty-gritty, taking those fights and winning them out, going, yeah, you're good, but we've just a little bit better might have to be the way to go.
I think it's going to work as well if Reborn can continue with the aggression that we've seen from them before on this map as well. On the defense, they usually go aggressive out towards mid to start with. There's only AV there. I think he spotted them. But Na'Vi Jr. take the ult orbs, build up Colossus ult as much as possible. That's going to be their game plan on this attack side. And now Reborn setting up for a mid take. Nobody's there to receive it though.
You're going to be the first one to know about it. Actually, Javelin's going to get a little bit of action here as well. Swung on out by Hezekiah. And that's the call just ahead, full over towards A. These trips, though, still in place. Not for long. Smoke goes out, and it's going to be a matter of timing. Oh, they think they're ahead of the curve. No! Paranoia comes out and the stun, but it doesn't matter because Deading's found 3. There's the flash on out. Reezy's here to protect, though. And Reborn, that's the way to get this map started, to start rewriting, reshifting this narrative. Yeah,
Batu nodding his head.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That kind of energy, the speed at which Deading went for this retake ahead of everyone else on the team, but the supportive utility was there. Reezy's recon was perfection. It allowed Deading to play despite being paranoid up. And now we're seeing a little bit of an FPX by here from the side of Reborn. Don't always see this on the defensive side, but it allows Deading to probably get the op online for round 3 if he wants it. Marshall will be a one-tap as Kalosha goes for the ult orb, gets it. Now is building up towards that run it back for round 3.
Over towards A, little bit of an issue. Already through sewers. These players looking to scale pretty quickly. Chow on the other side, tapping away. There's the first. Desperately trying to find the trade. It's not going to happen, though. Reezy comes on through just to steal away the last. Bolt to try and make sure nobody's hanging around outside long. They're not. That's because Saizo's already tucked in towards sewers. But with Spike down, they're not fooling anyone.
Nope, this is it. Na'Vi are going to have to push in to try and get this Spike. Maybe Kalosha can try and get an orb online, but Reezy's holding it down with the Bulldog. Saw him, shoulder shot. Yeah, Kalosha's low now. He backs off. Where's he going?
Towards B, maybe? Going for a little bit of a wander, enjoying the sunny weather we've got going here. And unfortunately, Batanax wants to put an end to this picnic. Cage goes on out, taps go on through, it's good damage there, however, is the pick. Hezekiah actually the one to get it in the kill feed. And now they all know where Kalosha is. Been spotted on the mini-map, and Batanax is just waiting, wondering which side. Has managed to find the timing to swing on out here. Messy shot, Kalosha's going to find it, but 10 HP, no chance to heal. Oh, takes down Ka-Chao, but Deading's there to stop it getting too crazy or out of hand. 3 weapons kept alive, and that is the aim of the game for Reborn.
Keeping those weapons in. The Marshal likely to be dropped here anyway if they want to force up towards the operator. Actually, despite the fact that we had 2 proper rifles brought in, the Sheriffs were doing the most of the work in the Marshal as well. Shows the skill of some of these players like Ka-Chao. And yeah, the off is online for Deadink. Holding over towards C. That's not where Na'Vi Jr. are exploring to start with, but Kalosha's ult, the run it back online, going to be crucial to try and win this anti-bonus.
Fast up a long, and if you're Reezy, you want no part of this early. Kalosha flash on over, run it back online. Has managed to clear up so much space here. Reezy, just doesn't know who's going to take him down. Toxo, Javelin both find theirs. Tapping away, has a coil. Oh no, the panic jump, didn't realize there was somebody already behind him. Batanax ahead of the curve, ahead of the rest of the team. Switching weapons, gonna head away with the Guardian, but again, just looking to save with Deadink here.
Yeah, you buy that up, you need to be keeping it in. You can't afford to lose it. You won't get another one online for a couple of rounds after. And we saw that aggression, the speed, the pace at which Na'Vi were executing. That's the confidence that you get for winning out on split. And now Batu, not sure if he was spotted, but he's just going to try and save. If he can cause some damage, that's good. Maybe get a Vandal instead of this Guardian.
With so many of them here, though, peeking out is almost certain death.
Ooh.
Ooh.
He's tempted.
He is. Oh, no, he's not tempted anymore. Not anymore. Single bullet through the wall is enough, and he folds under no pressure. The Na'Vi Javelins around on the board to kick them off. Now, first pistols that they've lost this series so far. They took both of them in the first map. Pretty good starts to the half. Can they find the same success without that leg on up?
That's going to be the key thing. Coming back in. Deadink actually still holding over towards C. Whilst Na'Vi not too worried about it. Same kind of A default that we saw before, I imagine. Breezy. Shock dart. No damage.
Take flight.
None at all. Joe goes out, little bit of information, fall back, regroup on site, and actually Ka-Chao's being called on over early. Ezekiel clearing out towards long, has a little bit of a fight there with Sizo. Cage goes on out, spam to try stop him, reposition. Sizo does eventually manage to regain some space and control. Darkseer though backside, stun goes on out, there's the first. However, Reezy's found 3 to keep this on lockdown, and we said this was going to be a game of individual brilliance. It starts right here. AV tucked on in, nothing really that he can do. There's smoke though, a little bit of a safety net. I'm gonna have to peek through it or wait for it to dissipate. It's gone now. Has to fight his way on out. And Deadink's watching with the op. Sees our hair around the corner. Manages to pick up the spike, but there's not gonna be getting away alive on the agenda. Waiting, might be able to punish Reezy. There's the first. Now 3 sets of eyes watch him. And it's gonna be Ka-Chao finding the kill.
And Reborn going up to 3. We should see another full buy up regardless from Na'Vi. The exec was okay, but with the Neon being alone over towards Graffiti, it allowed Reezy the space to just pop off. And when he's given that space, well, he's going to take it. Hunter's Fury already online. Na'Vi, they've got the buy as expected in this, and they want to win it. They don't have any of the big ultimates online. They use the run it back over in round 3. So they're going to have to use their individual brilliance to shift the scales over towards their own favor. Shock darts actually weren't broken. Oh, Batu picked it up so he could place it again. Love that.
Sneaky, sneaky. Ka-Chao's being tagged, lighting up like a tree at Christmas. Hunter's Fury comes on out too as well. Darkseer ducking, weaving, diving, trying to find the pick, but gets caught by the edge of the Hunter's Fury. Closer up in Garage, not exactly quiet or subtle. Ka-Chao's going to deal with that. Now 2 players remain. I'm sure they know in Garage. Now, currently, no information on Javelin. He has managed to crawl back in towards spawn. Be looking to head over A, but Reborn already ahead, knows this could be a possibility.
Yeah, the raid boss already going over there just to make sure nobody can push out and go for some kind of flank. Mid watched with the op, every line. Kalosha, all you can do is make some noise. Still got his full utility bank behind him. Could find some space, but the spike won't be able to backfill. Oh, and the totem pole is ready. He gets one. But Kachao
30
just
seconds
so
left.
clean, ready for it. And now Javelin, a save. Na'Vi, the buy up in the next is going to be rough, but that all came down again to the raid boss of Reezy. That Hunter's Fury, the damage was good, and it lit everyone up like a Christmas tree to then get spammed down by the likes of Kachu and Batu.
10 seconds
The
left.
information from Batanax in that round was monumental as well, as they had tabs on every player, even remotely close to the C site. But Na'Vi Jr. watching that timer and that round counter tick up slowly. Can Reborn get further and further ahead? And it's a good start for Reborn. I think very much needed for the mental bouncing back into this. And a timeout called early here, just to try get themselves back in the game before it gets too far out of recovering.
They managed to make a comeback over towards Split, so we know it's possible for them. I'm just wondering where this Reborn was on the previous map. The aim is there, the mechanics and the teamwork are there. It seems that they've got the set plays on this map that they didn't on the map that they picked, which is a bit of a surprise. And in this timeout, the vibe in the Reborn camp is definitely happier. But you can see these new up-and-comers in Na'Vi Junior, they're not super phased. They don't look kind of stressed or upset. They won the first map. They've still got the confidence and the momentum of that coming into it. So they're ready to continue on. They're ready to come back in to Haven and show that this is why they're 4-4 on this map regionally.
What's here as well, Kachao's monitor angle is wild. I don't know if you spotted that as well. I do like getting these like insights. Saizo as well with the monitors tilted face first at you. But it sounds like we're heading back into the action.
That's actually how I have my monitor.
Oh, you're
it's
crazy.
almost exactly what Saizo does. So I kind of get that one. But anyway,
So
Dead Ink. It works. Operator over towards C, holding down C long. This time around, they are going this way, but the cage, the lineup is perfect just to stop him from being able to get a kill, to allow the ult to be taken, the space to be taken, as Saizo pushes up. Oh, the lurk up through Garage.
Is absolutely perfect. Darkseer with the first. Saizo's found theirs. Darkseer's backside, frantically trying to find out where Dead Ink went. Dead Ink still finding one. Reezy gets theirs, and now numbers even out. 3-4-3. Kalosha pushing up in towards B has already caused monumental chaos in this series. Now a fight with Kachao. The next task on his docket. About mid. There's the swing on out. Finds the first. Peek back in towards mid. But Reezy is taking the long and scenic route around. Spike's gone down in the meantime. And they're accounting. They are ready for Dead Ink.
There's only pistols over towards the site itself, though. It's all down to Kalosha, the timing on the flank. Oh, we missed.
Missed shots, but it puts the pressure on Reezy. Has to push on forward. AV's gone for this. Putting the smoke down. Are you going to go for the knife?
One enemy remaining.
Nope.
Aww.
Just gonna go with the bandit, get the job done, and when your round's down, you just gotta make sure you secure them. You don't wanna let any funny business get in the way there. Reezy's gonna take down Kalosha. There's still time. You know where AV was last, but there's not a chance to even get on that defuse. Paranoia comes on out there. A little bit messy, doesn't matter. AV just knows that this is the end. Accept death with open arms, and accept that you got a second round on the board to work with.
Yeah, Na'Vi, a nice execute over towards C. The timing found into Garage to open it up from Darkseer was perfect. And I mean, okay, a little bit confusing towards the back of sight. The updraft maybe confuddled, confused, and now Kalosha. This flank, the timing of that was so important. And it's these little things, these little timings that we're getting from Na'Vi Junior that are so important for them. This is what's required for them to win out this match.
Getting held off by the Molly, stopping them from taking even harder of a line there, but over towards C now. Na'Vi Junior head. just Batanax here, but we talked about it. Batanax's setups have been lethal and the information's been wild. Vlad comes on through, Cage comes on out. Trip's being destroyed, but it's a mess of smokes on the site. And Kachao just hunting for any vision, any window of sight that they can find in here. Hezekiah spraying finds one. Darkso does find a pick eventually, but it's a little too late. However, doubles down. Now the tides turn 2 for 2. Neural Theft comes out. Reezy slowly but surely had been creeping on up. Now, game's been given away. Tap, drawing him in closer. The second blip goes off. And he's right under their noses. Can see Navi Javelin pushing down towards long. Spike still not being planted. Good damage over the top. Their jump up's being heard. Trying to adjust for it. Reezy, though, using that jet as a bait and switch. As a flashbang. And another round added to the tally.
These little micro plays. Human flashbang in the form of a jet with the updraft just to pull the crosshair and confirm that first kill. Turn the 2v2 into a 2v1. And the reborn that we maybe didn't see on Split but are starting to see here. You know that they're going to win those 2v1s. Even if the Shorty didn't get that final kill. Reezy actually collected both. And now I'm really looking at Batu. His trips have been good, but he himself has not been as lethal as the rest of his team. He's not needed to be. And Navi Jr. down to an eco. Run it back used with only a bandit. Didn't clear the corner.
Oh, and that's a problem because Saito goes down for the ignorance. Losha finds one. Dead Ink's looking desperately to try close the gap in the space there. A little bit of a messy fight, and Losha is going to punish those missteps. But it doesn't matter about punishing the missteps. There's still a player down.
Javelin's got B-side. He can get the spike down almost for free. Batu potentially up for his first kill if he turns around, if they're aware, but they're not. Where are they going to plant? They could plant B. If they plant C, the Cypher setup's still there. So Reborn will get a warning.
Oh, but waiting has just missed any vision there. And waiting, clearing out every angle like his life depends on it, because, well, it very well could.
They're going back to A?
The wrap around. Ooh, are they overcooking or have they got this just right? Kolosha's found one, but that's the sequel. They're already here. They've already got the safe space. And with Batanax down, there's nothing to stop them. Kolosha taking a long line of sight in towards spawn. First missed shot. Flash to allow the reposition. Go back and have a look in towards B. But no, into the shadows across the other side of the map. Now pressure applied from long. Kolosha knows this could be a possibility. As the scope trained on this, smoke comes out. That's a little bit of a problem because now the TP on in towards sight, and they've got it. They can start the defuse now, and they've got nobody able to get into a position to even try stop. Kachao holds the line. Missed shot out here. Javelin hunting it down, but the defuse just going to get stuck in the meantime. And Reborn a 6, born anew from map 1.
Clock sticking.
The From the Shadows was perfect. That repositioning, it stopped them from going down to long themselves, taking the Hunter's Fury and playing that post plant as far away as they wanted. They had to play it close because of the smoke, the paranoia, and Kachao.
They're already dead.
With it clean.
They're already dead, mate.
No, he's just confirming. It's double tap. It's the most important rule. Come on.
I thought that was a zombie apocalypses, not a...
Well, they're coming. Reborn are coming back from the dead. They're literally reborn. This is a zombie apocalypse. And now Dead Ink up towards mid. The flash should get him. It does. He just survives.
Looking death in the eyes and narrowly walking away to tell the tale. Over towards A. Our focus shifts. Well, nice angle into sewer here.
Reezy anchoring this site. You know we can do it.
As of right now, being unstoppable. Waiting, Navi Jr. He's hovering on the trigger. Not yet pulling it though. Oxio, there's the call to action. Reezy goes down, gets traded out instantly. That was the big concern we had. Now Kachao's here, spots a couple of the players, punishes AV's jump up top there. Spike's still going to go down relatively uncontested. Sizo tucked on in. Kachao has to be careful. Oh, Cage comes out just in the nick of time. Smokes come out. It's a messy fight. But Navi Jr., the individuals weather the chaotic storm to come out on top, finding their third round.
Let's do this.
That post plant there was really nice. They set up the triangle, and despite the smokes, the disruption coming back in for the retake, Na'Vi Jr. were able to hold steadfast against it. Taking their peaks, taking their swings. I don't really know what AB was going for. A little bit risky, but you can see dancing around the cages and the smokes. Able to stop it in its tracks. And now, Reborn, despite coming back in this map down to an eco, Na'Vi Jr. on the precipice of 4. Oh, Hezekiah spotted Darkzio. He wants that fight. He's got the outlaw. It's only Kachu that can survive that to start with.
This time, Na'Vi Jr. a little bit slower to push any which direction. Poke and a prod to begin with, but nobody on Reborn's gonna give them an inch to work with.
And now, Reborn are just holding. They've got all of the info lines they want. And this fake, it's not drawn over the operator. Oh, sorry, there's no op. It's just the classic of Deadink. He's just holding this line. They didn't draw him over. They spotted. He spotted at least the Cypher. It could just be a lurk. That was really nice from Na'Vi just to send Sizo up first. But now Deadink repositioned for that Cypher.
Camera taken out.
Oh,
Down.
the cam.
Known now. Actually falls back immediately. Not going to stay to find out what happens next. Actually, just a full removal from sight gives them A for free.
Yeah, questionable decision. Maybe they think that was a fake from Na'Vi. But instead, it's the real thing. The site is going to be under their control. And especially with the gun advantage, this post plant should be good. But no, AV again. A bad TP and gets taken down. And now this is a 4 versus 5. It's possible, but one kill. That's something.
Closure peeks out, but at least it's good information. Overdrive's been popped here as well. Raining bullets from the Heaven Batanax. So much info. Oh, Cam messed up a little bit there. Javelin peeks on out. There's a whole party of them here, but now only Kachao remains. Not for long. Javelin peeks out with a classic of his own. And Na'Vi Jr. closing that gap inch by painstaking inch.
Not really sure why Reezy invested his Hunter's Fury into that round. He's not going to have it for this buy-up. And it was going to be a tough one for Reborn to win, even with that first kill onto AV. And now an outlaw buy. Bit of a questionable decision. Could get dropped a rifle from a teammate, but instead going to stick with it. There's full shields across the board except for Reezy, the raid boss. And now a B main hold from Reborn.
Darkzio decided didn't really want to be a part of that. And talking a bit of part, Colossus not going to be part of this round. Taken down in the first couple of seconds. Reborn weaker in the arsenal in some departments. There's the equalizing pick into the shadows. Immediately heading straight into the backline. Kachao knows it's a possibility. Stunned on up here. Walls come up to try find somewhere to recover from the stuns. Peek back on out, finds one. Traded out here. Neural theft comes out. Weezy peeking on up. So much info to work with. Javelin's found his. Now 2 players left. Hezekiah fighting those AVs here. This time the TP to safety as opposed to into danger. No, punished once again. Deadink pushing on forward. Trip gets broken. There's a problem though because Sizo's in the corner. They know that Deadink has crossed. There's the spray down for the first. The peek on out and the transfer. Deadink finds 3 to maintain Reborn's lead.
Clutch.
How on earth did he win that round? A clutch coming on through after he'd taken down Javelin. Javelin's had this ultimate for so long and hasn't played for it in the post plant, has been a part of the anchor on site to try and stop the defuse coming in, but that means you can't use your Sova utility, and it's a big part of Sova on the attack side. In the post plant, you want to be reconning, shock darting, and then playing the Hunter's Fury late. But he's not been able to do it, and somehow Reborn, they've managed to confirm a lead on this half. Na'Vi's map pick, we're flip-flopping across map picks here so far in this series. As Reborn, they've got a better buy, but they've not got any ultimates online.
Easy taking a lot of space here, but is about to have a lot of fights on his hand. He goes much further. No, back away here. The player tucked in towards a good pivot point here. If Sizo can find anything. Oh, weapon not in hand. Hunter's Fury comes on out just to try finalize this last bit of a kill, but no, teleport on out. Hezekiah still alive to apply that pressure, and that's enough for Na'Vi Jr. just to back away, put their hands up in surrender, and look elsewhere.
Over towards C, and this time there's no operator for Deadink. There's no Cypher set up from Batu either. This site is pretty weak, but already Reborn, they've made the right call. They're rotating over to come and support. It's only the Cypher from Na'Vi over towards A. So Reborn, they can anchor this site, and they're all here and ready. So Na'Vi, wait, they make the leave, but Reezy's ahead of it.
Reezy's got a lovely position here. Could come all tumbling down right now. There's the swing out for the first. Finds the second as well. And that's all that needs to be done, because the early warning alarms, not even needed. Sizo's on site. Has it for free. Smoke goes out. Camera just buying all of the util, the buffer, the stall. Light goes down. 30 seconds to remain. Kachao, however, taking down Sizo. Needs Javelin to fight their way out of this. AV needs to get into a position that they're able to help. But no, they know that he's in the smoke. Here's the tap, making noise, just hoping to find the defuser, hoping they're not sticking. And they're not. Reborn, looking great, heading into the half. 8-4.
Switching sides.
No, you don't. No, but.
One enemy remaining.
Na'Vi Jr. have been so good with the pistol so far this series. Yeah, they messed the first one up, but a pistol right here could close the gap pretty significantly.
And if they can do that, it's going to start that potential snowball to come back into it. Absolutely not confirmed, sure, but now Reborn, as they switch over onto the attack side, the spam somehow finds AV, and that's the C site open, so Na'Vi go to fill in the space, but actually Reborn immediately heading over towards A. They knew that would be the reaction.
Good reads. Na'Vi Jr. coagulating on this A site as well, and so much space taken from Darkseid. Knows that there's no danger over towards C, not in the slightest. The question is whether Darkseid can actually get to a position to be effective, because they're waiting for it. The executes now. Flash comes out from Kolosha is perfect, and Javelin finds two as well. And now players on site, but they've got nowhere to go. And there's the swing on out, dashing frantically, trying to take down Sizo. Will be successful now. 2-4-2. The position from Darkseid, unexpected, but they've tucked in towards spawn already. They fought their way on out. And now B site looking enticing.
Maybe even C, get all the way, trying to set yourself up, but no, B is where they'll plant. Darkseid is quite quick onto this.
Now they've got to worry about where these players are, because as of right now, Darkseid still not being spotted. An unknown entity lurking somewhere in the shadows. But both players together, pushing from the right. Redding's looking for space, looking for info, hasn't found anything, but that in and of itself, well, that's something to work with. Hezekiah, though, it's all going to come down to him in this initial fight. Doesn't fall by the wayside. That's the
player
most
standing.
important. The swing on out, Darkzio, it's perfect. Hezekiah pressured, tries to take down the defuser. Pulled off the defuse, but it's not going to matter. There's time yet still. And Na'Vi Jr., they find themselves the pistol, and we talked about how monumental this could prove to be.
It's going to be so important. That could shift the entirety of this map. And now as I'm looking towards Kolosha, building up that Phoenix ultimate, we saw how important it was on the third round of the first half. He's only got 2 orbs so far. Over towards A, expecting him to try and get this ult orb, but Reborn are going to try their hardest to stop this from happening. Fighting over it. Kolosha's got the advantage in weapons, so he can spam this down and then pick up the orbs from their dead bodies. Or no, though, they're going to leave. They're backing off. That orb's for free. Oh.
Ooh.
Don't talk about that, fell one way.
Nobody saw anything. It's okay. Now, the side where they're heading, it gets broken. Straight away, fast-paced action. Kolosha tapping away. Nothing that he can do to stop this going down. But gearing up, readying up for the retake. Clearing out Garage quickly, but the paranoia, oh, this could be huge. And they're all caught, they're all blind. Batanak still finds the trade here. AV's been pushed back off here. Kolosha needs to step up, buy attention, buy the space to work with, buy back the advantage, but it's Darkzio that works miracles.
Enemy remaining.
To their javelin, tapping away with the side arm. Batanak's tapped away, jumps around the corner. Spike's right out in the open, but it doesn't matter. AV's got a handle on it, got a lid on it. It's an expensive round, but it's a round nonetheless.
You failed.
It was one that Reborn looked like they could have come back into. A 5 versus 5 post-plant, even with the weaker weapons, they showed the damage that's possible, and Na'Vi brought a lot of weapons into that round. They should be able to get a pretty good bonus here as well. Crucially though, no run it back already online, which will help make this anti-bonus a little bit easier for the side of Reborn.
One enemy remaining.
And this would be quite unprecedented on a number of fronts, because not only is this a map that a series that we were really looking at Reborn to win comfortably, to break that overtime win thing, but it was also Na'Vi Juniors. They're better usually on their attack side. Now they've got to turn the tides and get another unexpected wave. On site. Waiting. Got the space to work with. Na'Vi Junior taking the scenic route to get involved.
And now they're holding this Cypher cam up, ready for the retake. A lot of Cyphers use it too early, but they're saving it for the exact moment they need it so they can get the positions on the retake. Over towards Garage.
Paranoia swing on out there. Battered axe, lucky to have gun in hand, because that trap sprung a little bit sooner than expected. And they're peeking out one by one. Well, doesn't matter, because Darkzio's winning the 1v1s. Javelin involved only with pistols. Now they've got to try and get this done. Oh, messy spray. Deading does eventually find. It's actually Reezy to save the day. And Reezy with 2 more gives them the knife. The bonus taken away. And just telling Na'Vi Jr., we see you. You're on the radar, but you're still in our rearview mirror right now.
Only for now, though. Na'Vi Jr., they can finally buy back up. They've got the Hunter's Fury online very quick. And Kolosha's only 1 away from the run it back. The cycle coming online, whilst Reborn showed how good they are in those post plants. They were aggressive into Garage to retake that space to stop Na'Vi from setting up for a set retake, and they really disrupted it. If they can continue that disruption, that's going to be good for them. Jet Smoke, just to try and put that doubt in the mind of the side of Na'Vi that maybe a Jet's in sewer, and Kolosha trying to survive. Batu.
Ready.
Risky business speaking out like that, and it will get punished. Kolosha ready for more, but none come his way. Actually looking to head over towards A in a lovely tucked in position. Nope, it's being spotted. Darkzio looking just to escape, get out the way. Hunter's Fury's been invested. Cross map, just a stall by the reposition.
The Cypher setups over towards A, though. Darkzio can play off the back of this, call the team over to support, potentially in time, but most importantly, the paranoia from AV is very far away.
Rush onto site here. Darkzio waiting, jump up top. Oh, Deading finds it. Drop back down, reload, ready for more. Fight does need to get planted now, starting to head on down. Navi Junior gathering their numbers. Comes up into heaven. All of this is being heard. Velosha, long-range molly onto the spike here. Velosha pushing on forward. Run it back online. Saizo's found one. Velosha gets two with the run it back. And Javelin to finish up the job. And there's no one left to defend this. Navi Junior, the bonus slips through their hands, but they've got weapons in hand once again. And they're looking immaculate.
Getting up to 7 off the back of a beautiful set retake. So ready with everything there. A lot of chip damage done with the shotguns to start, but most importantly, Kalosha got that ult off of the kill onto Batu and then used it to get 2 kills on that retake. You could see the split retake flooding out of heaven, dropping and causing mayhem, pulling crosshairs. That allowed Kalosha to come out through the other side. And now, Na'Vi setting themselves up to try and get the 8th online. Reborn pretty low on money. They should be able. They should probably pop the knives here from Deadink if they can get them. But otherwise, Batu's got this sheriff. He's not been putting up the numbers he might be known for, so that makes sense. The B side completely open. Oh, maybe not.
Out. Good, traded out instantaneously. Neural theft comes through. Saizo's got to get away before getting spotted. They're chasing him down. They're hunting after him. And this is more of a game of tag than it is a round of Valorant.
Reezy.
Ooh, silent, but ever so deadly. And Javelin, about to be pounced upon, has to make a move and doesn't quite realize he's in for a world of pain. Now, Trigger Discipline, see if any more appear. No, there's not. Now here, the player up top, AV, he noted. Moving around the corner, seeing anybody. Saizo needs to find the picks here to hold them off, to buy the room to start defusing. They've wrapped around each other. Saizo with the first there. Tap trying to draw them on out. Second found, but up top, Reezy still alive and still causing problems. Hunter's Fury even put into this. Missed first bolt, missed second bolt as well. And they're sticking it, and they're just about gonna get it. And it's an absolute fumble.
Act on my
Reezy, the previous raid boss, missed his Hunter's Fury and the round just slips away.
That hurts.
You're going to be feeling so bad when you watch the replay of that round, because that could shift the entirety of this map and therefore the series to the side of Na'Vi Juniors. Maybe if that had been one, Reborn could have finished out the map relatively quickly. They'd be on double digits, but instead they've only got 1 round this half and the timeout has to come on through. The first half was fine, it was good, it was great even, but now it's falling apart.
At the seams, really. I mean, on that note though, respect to AV seeing the Hunter's Fury in front of you singeing off your eyebrows and just having the confidence to stick on it knowing you've got no option. But Na'Vi Junior, they're a team of surprises, I think. They're a team of breaking expectations and boundaries going on here. And it's been really fun to watch them. Reborn, though, it's not been the end of the world. There's been lots of nice little moments here. We talk about the half being good. But if they can't find a response in the next couple of rounds, well, that lead's gonna go. And Na'Vi Junior, we saw what happened when they started to build up a little bit of wind in their sails.
A team that barely scraped it in through their Group A. 1-1 matched across the board. The tiebreakers needed for them to make it into playoffs. It's crazy how close they were to not being on this stage, on this playoffs, but now they're here and they are fighting, proving that they deserve this spot. As Reborn, already some damage done somehow. Oh, Darkseer out in the open.
Gun barrel poking out like a sore thumb. Javelin shocked up, just stalled in. The repeat is dangerous. Ooh, where's your health gone? And Dead Ink emboldened. Very focused on this corner, worried somebody's here. They're not, but a little bit of paranoia in the back of the mind here. Pattern Axe, spam's gonna be good. Takes him down to half health and thrown to reclear through A. They're still getting their hearts and minds set on this.
They should be able to get to it, but a quick retake in here for Na'Vi could do a lot of damage.
Trying to get it done before the spike even goes down to give them that foothold to keep climbing up from. Smoke goes up. That's going to make matters significantly more uncomfortable. They're being caught by the paranoia. The util's been good. No, a complete whiff from Sizo. Javelin finds the trade, but that's it. Ka-Chow with 2 extra picks. Javelin's just trying to fall away. Ooh, nice little pick onto Ka-Chow sliding on by. But getting away with that rifle is about the only thing that's going to be left to do in this round.
Na'Vi not able to secure the tie yet. As Reborn off the back of the timeout. Relatively weak weapons as well. Managed to secure this round. Get to double digits. Get to 10. Na'Vi Junior though. They've shown resilience. Both in this map and in the previous. And when you're coming out of a team that, you know, incredibly young players, up and coming, that resilience, I mean, it's probably forged in ranked with how difficult that can be. They brought that through at the very least. A Reborn with Ka-Chow now completely online. Up there, now beating Reezy in the kills. This is the Reborn that we were promised, that we saw over in the group stage. Ka-Chow leading the front.
One hero weapon, and it's going to have to be super. And Reborn, they're not going to give them anything to work with early round. Tucking on in, holding for sewers, holding for the pushes, waiting to punish a Na'Vi Javelins that they know likely to just be on these pistols. Waiting. Unity here, thirsty for blood. Again, nothing. Na'Vi Junior's cut all noise, all information. Not gonna give them a mistake to punish.
But over towards B, Javelin, the drone spots it out immediately. Na'Vi have to come back in to stop this site being taken. They might be too late. Oh, no, wait, Reborn, they back off.
Oh, they have, and it might be a good thing, because that smoke does stall them for a second. Undeterred as a whole. Get back in, jump onto that C site. 40 seconds remaining, and Reborn are actually nowhere even remotely near a site. It's going to be Batanax that's taking the space.
Na'Vi have made the right call. They're back over towards A. They can anchor this site with 3, maybe 4.
It's going to be a brawl on site here. No! Overdrive pop. Voice line's not even allowed to finish there. Sizo Colossia both find theirs. Darkseid, overdrive their own. Finds it, has a coil, dancing around the corner, burning alive on the wall. Javelin to put the final nail in the coffin. And it's a complete and utter thrifty Reborn. Just as we're seeing those glimmers of fire we were promised, it's stomped out.
Na'Vi made the right call. The timing to get over towards A. Off the back of Reborn, faking B, faking C. And Ka-Chow didn't clear the corner. The Bandit just won it out. A thrifty for Na'Vi to keep themselves in. This is
and look at the buy now.
They've got the op. And for Reborn, they've got a Spectre, a Sheriff. They're going to have to pull off something almost as crazy as Na'Vi just did to get back into this.
Darkseid's holding down the fort.
Oh, wait. Why are they leaving?
Not sure. Repost up on the angle. Good for the first. So much info and more. Cage immediately popped. Allows Darkseid to reposition. Caught there by the paranoia. Gonna fire off a warning shot. Keeps them held at arm's length here. Thrown over the top, but they've kind of missed their window of opportunity.
Trying to make Na'Vi doubt. Make them expect to rotate, but the drones cleared it, and look how aggressive AV is. Oh, a little bit of a whip from Colossia, but stays alive to fight it again. He still dies.
Messy as anything to jump on up, and Deting finds it with the shorty. Javelin on the corner, just bullets whittling by the ears. And AV got smoked off, has to take this fight, but unfortunately it's a trap. They're waiting, they're holding for this. Reezy finds it, just Javelin left. And what was done unto them, they do unto Reborn. Javelin, nice pick, isolates the first, but still 3 players remaining. And Batanax is miles away from the situation. That last minute flank, a last resort, a contingency. but it's not even needed. Dead Ink finds it. And Na'Vi Jr., their chance to rewrite, change up the tempo, set the pace, and get back in the lead is snatched away from the jaws of what was almost certain victory.
The pause there from Reborn was absolute perfection. You could see the doubt in Na'Vi. They were moving around the map, uncertain of where to go, what to do, and then the exec. A lot of chaos thrown towards Na'Vi Jr. And they struggled to handle it because it was a lot of chaos. There was a lot of things going on. Cages, smokes, updrafts, shorties in their face. But now they've got a timeout. They've got that chance to reset, to try and think of how they're going to come back into this. And, well, the defense has been solid, but now with the operator gone, I can't imagine they've got money for another one.
Wouldn't imagine so. Find out when we get back in, just in case. But I'm hoping Na'Vi Jr. can really go for this, because you can't help but root for them, can you? You're watching them, you're seeing this young gun team prove that they deserve to be here. Reborn, though, still in the lead, still favored in almost every metric statistically. And with that third map on the horizon, that tenacity amidst the heat, amidst all of the rounds, all of the chaos, the smokes, the human decoys, will likely be able to stand the test a little bit stronger. But, you're right, no op in sight. That's at least something that Na'Vi Jr. can thank their lucky stars for. Hunter's Fury out incredibly early. Rush onto C site here. There's a coil backside. Closure trying to find the pick with the player lit up, but no, won't be successful. Now tucked in, establishing these post-plant ironclad positions. Nax finds his Hezekiah with two here. Closure puts up a little bit of resistance, but now him and Darkzio, the last two remaining, trying to defend from map point. There's the first, takes down Deading. Hezekiah's low HP, slide on out, perfect. Kachao drops down, all goes up, trying to build down. Kachao's getting it done, but Darkzio, the spray transfer, it's perfect. And Na'Vi Jr. heroics! That timeout to build up the team doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the individuals look insane.
In a 2 versus 4 as well. They somehow pull this off. The spray transfer. Yeah, Reezy was low anyway, but still.
Chef's kiss.
Na'Vi Jr. don't let this slip away. Get up to 10, and now Reborn down to an eco for themselves. Kalosha's ult online. Actually, Na'Vi's buy isn't great either. Debating, trying to work out what they're going to do. Okay, Outlaw and Darkzio, that's the right decision. One tap against everyone from Reborn, but they're not going his way. They're going towards Kalosha again. Up towards Garage, up towards B.
Javelin, trying to get away from the damage as quickly as possible. All an arm spotted. Damage. Flood onto B comes through, however. Ooh, except it doesn't. Still stuck at the choke point. Back in towards Garage they go. Switch still here. Zizo's there waiting. There's the first, second. Doesn't quite find the third, but Javelin's there to pick up where he left off. You can hear the jumping. Paranoia comes out, but it's a near sight, and you're in his range. Kachao gets one. 2 players remaining. It would need to be an almighty clutch here. No one's going to swing him.
Na'Vi can't give away a single 1 versus 1. Kachao is so good at them. Only 5 bullets, though.
Oh, runs out of bullets, runs out of health. AV, and you know what? Let him have the body spam. The confidence has got to be rolling high.
And now they've somehow managed to get so many rounds in this half. I think they managed to keep Kalosha's ult. Yeah, they did. They're tied 11 and 11. Kalosha, ult online. Overdrive coming up close, but for Reborn, their chance to resurrect this map out of the clutches of Na'Vi's comeback rests in Reezy, the Hunter's Fury, and Kachao on the entry. What can they do?
AV, smoke. This would be a risky job. Holding this. There's the peek on out. Spots 2 of them at the very least. It's information. What can Javelin do with it? That's the real question. Stunned on up. Tagged on up. having to fall back, waiting for the cavalry to arrive. And actually, to the other side of the map they go. And it's a quick rotate from Na'Vi Jr.
Spike planted.
Look at Reezy on this look.
Ooh, the lurk could be everything, but there's a battle on site happening right now. Kalosha, there's the first, taken down, but it's the run it back. There's still more of a job to do. Hunter's Fury from afar, not going to find anything. Shock darts go on over, the wall goes up, trying to buy them the space back, hoping the rest of the team can bodyguard, and they can. Kalosha knows that Reezy's the last player left that's an issue, takes the fight, and the defuse comes on in. Javelin's trust in his team, and it comes out on top, and that's series point.
Despite a risky decision from Avi at the start of that round, peeking out towards C with 0 info, Na'Vi managed to bring it back.
I think it's important to note, though, that this could go overtime, and then the story of Reborn not winning a game unless it's been an overtime begins anew. That's what's weighing on my mind, is that Reborn, they're overtime winners.
When the pressure is on, they seem to shine, and the pressure is now mounting. The lower bracket potentially required already. This is not what anyone would have predicted, but it could be coming. And there were so many ultimates invested from both sides in the previous round to try and secure it. But Reborn, they invested 3 and they lost it. And now the money is low. And you can see a little bit more frustration maybe on the faces of some of these players as we're going into what could be somehow a 2-0 win for Na'Vi Jr. in the next round. It is possible, and I don't think Reborn were expecting that.
I don't think they were. I don't think they're expecting Na'Vi Jr. to bring the heat like they have. But we'll find out. One more round. Overtime. Na'Vi Jr. victory. Those are the only two options. Looks like they're heading straight in towards C. The setup's here. Luxio, though, throw out mid. Looking for those early fights, looking for those early inflation. A switch up of the plan. Immediately back in towards Garage. Kachao pops the overdrive. There's nobody here right now. Gonna let him burn that away. Hit when they're weak.
But Reborn's post plants have been so good. They've been so solid. The trip broken on the flank. They know it's coming.
Now to overdrive. Darkzio's found the first 2 there. Taken down by Dead Ink long range. Paranoia comes on out. Allows for the swing. Kalosha's got his as well. And that's the final pick. Dead Ink goes down. And Na'Vi Juniors have done it. 2-0 in the opening match of the playoffs. The young guns come out swinging.
Look at Darkzio hyped up as well. Incredible work there from Na'Vi Jr. None of us were expecting a 2-0. Maybe they had a chance to get a map, sure. But they close that out. And Reborn is already sent down to the lower bracket.
Yep, and with the teams that are left remaining and the 2 matches that we have, the other match we've got, the remaining 2 teams later, that lower bracket is an incredibly scary place to be.
It is. I am now worried for Reborn. If they weren't able to stabilize against a team like Na'Vi Jr., who we didn't expect necessarily to do this well, it's now looking rough. But Group A was a tough one. Maybe that is exactly how Na'Vi have gotten as good as they are. They were formed in the pressure chamber that was Group A, and now they're here. Now they're looking incredible.
Yeah, but we have our 2 wonderful hosts and our analyst Twiggy on standby, ready to break down all of the action.
Yeah, okay, whatever, dude. Whatever. All right, cool. I'm not qualified for that kind of title. Anyway, unbelievable stuff from Na'Vi Jr. I mean, I don't think anybody coming in today was expecting that kind of performance. I think putting up a fight, absolutely. This is a team with good quality. We've seen the names before. They've done well. But I don't think we saw them as a top 3 team in the tournament, right? They're barely even a top 3 team coming out of Northeast, if you look at the numbers. But, I mean, incredible performance, MP, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, I can say that I was a doubter. I didn't believe that Navi Juniors were able to win against Reborn, especially after the map veto. And what we saw there, we were kind of thinking that they should go probably Fracture, Breeze, somewhere else, but they absolutely showed that they can win on split and then go on their own map pick, even under pressure, find some great rounds and bring it back. I think Navi had an insane round on round 19, had great pressure with the small amount of utility. I think that was a thrifty round, almost at least. Put Reborn on the back foot, and I think from that it kind of snowballed out of control. And even though that Kachao were able to find quite many entries here, it was still in the end Navi Juniors who were able to take the trophy here and go further.
Yeah, it was definitely like a messier game. Like I think we saw more clutches than I expected, more whiffs than I expected, and even look at the last round, you see just Neon flying around behind them after breaking a trip, and everybody's looking in the other direction. So there's definitely some stuff I think Reborn are going to want to work on coming into that one. But I think the main takeaway for me is just that such a young squad has so much resilience. Like the fact that the individuals were able to win these rounds, they then even had a lot of stumbles where they immediately lost the next one, and it never really seemed to like mentally boom them, which is great when you're like 17, 18 years old and playing what are some of the biggest matches of your career so far.
I think this is going to be definitely a point that Navi Junior can take a look at and just be like, okay, this is the turning point for our team. This is where things started really going right. And I'm going to get a bit of information on that because I do have an interview ready. If it is with who I asked for, then yeah, okay, indeed. Hello, how are you doing, Avi? Is that can I ask like how I should be pronouncing that? Is it Avi, Ave?
AV. Yeah, AV.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Right, that is what everybody else is saying, so fair enough. Right, okay, so that does make you now a top 3 team in Challengers EMEA after what was, you know, I wouldn't say an incredible performance from you in the playoffs of Northeast, right? You came out in the 3rd seed. What has changed since then?
We just practice our stuff. You know, it's more about getting consistent and just playing our game really, and as we get more comfortable with it, it just becomes natural for everybody.
Yeah, cool. I mean, look, on the desk we were expecting picks like Fracture and Breeze coming out of you, ones that you've performed well on recently, but you picked into maps that not only you had kind of losses in the past month, but also Reborn looked really confident on. Why did you make those choices this time?
To be honest with you, I just get told what I'm playing and I just play. I don't really know all the stuff. That's left in the back, like in the staff area. You know? We don't really know about the stuff.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you'll have to report back on that one, I guess. Like, we're also told. Well, I mean, we know, but you know, you were in a boot camp with your teammates about a month ago now before this event. Do you think that experience kind of helped gel the team together? Is that part of the reason that you're managing to take down teams like Reborn now?
Yeah, like the boot camp, I think it gave us a strength of brotherhood. Like, we're not just teammates, we actually interacted with each other in real life, and it's like it's good to have like just know who you're talking to through the screen and stuff. It's kind of like a brotherhood instead of like a friendship, which makes us stronger, I feel like.
Okay, well, look, coming into the playoffs, we'll look a bit further forward here. I mean, you're going to be up against Shoplife or UCAM next, and I mean, look, coming into the playoffs, did you guys expect to be the underdogs? Did you expect to perform better than people were looking at you for, or what kind of is the mindset going forward now?
To be honest, we just want to have fun. We have no expectations on us. We don't care if we win or lose. We just want to have fun and practice our stuff and just show people what we're capable of.
Great. All right, well, I mean, if you can keep winning whilst you're doing that, then win-win all around, right? So congratulations on that first victory. I look forward to seeing your next game and, have a good celebration and a good night's sleep, I guess.
Thank you. Navi Nation, let's go!
Navi Nation, all right, man. Thank you for talking to me.
Let's
See you later.
Sir, yes, sir. See ya.
Right. Well, I mean, look, that's the mindset, right? And sometimes, Mitch is representing it as well. So, I mean,
I'll show.
Yeah, that's the mindset, right? have fun, and wins will come naturally. And I do think you get that kind of impression from Navi Junior, in that they feel a little more free, right? Maybe in the games, right? They're not really putting together the same kinds of. They don't feel as drilled, and some rounds come out of nowhere. And I do think that just comes from having the mindset of just, you know, we can win any round. We just got to play our game, right, MP?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the key parts, especially when you're down like 9-7, maybe even more. You just don't want to get tilted. You want to have fun. You want to believe in yourself. And I think that's a great insight. What we heard right there is that they just want to have fun. And from that, I can see that obviously when you are behind, you can just capitalize off of those rounds. You can find the momentum, just reset all the way through and not just get tilted. I feel like there was some couple rounds where Reborn made quite big mistakes, and I feel like on that side, it might have happened. The downfall came from those rounds, and they couldn't quite get the momentum, quite get the hype up that Navi actually got from those wins, small little wins that they got throughout the map.
They look like a team that has like a general structure. Like you could definitely see plans to sort of like play the retake in certain rounds, and I think they had a decent synergy of their timings, but then there was clearly a lot of individual freedom, and I think that Kolosha was a massive part of that. Like what he was able to do with like his flashes. I think one of the later rounds where he's a big part of them clutching out a 3v3 where he basically just kills all three people but also blinds them while they're just defusing. Like he is someone that, as said, he went into a Na'Vi team that wasn't a Na'Vi team that he was supposed to be a part of. He filled in a gap where things didn't work out for them in their roster moves, and you saw a downturn once he left, but I think you can still see that he's come from that tier 1 experience straight back into the tier 2. It's not damaged his confidence. It's not something that he is stressing about, and still playing fantastic individually, but also being very good with his utility on the duelist as well. And I think for Phoenix, especially right now, that's where the meta is moving. You can't just be a duelist that hits headshots anymore. You need to have good flashes. You need to have good supportive util, and I think Kolosha does.
Right. I mean, look, that is, I think we're all a little bit shocked off the back of that. I mean, we can talk quickly about what was a very, I think, impactful round in that one. And I do think we saw a couple of these over both maps, but especially this one, we were screaming behind the scenes on the desk here. The Hunter's Fury, the missed by a hair's breadth twice here from Reezy, and it just... This turned the game around, I think. I don't think Navi Junior win if Reezy denies that defuse.
Yeah, I don't know why he was in heaven. Like, I have so many questions, because you've gone for an unorthodox plant. If he's down towards CT, he has just a straight line onto the spike. You're much less likely to miss. It's because of the angle being a bit awkward that he does, and obviously firing it straight into the floor. So it's kind of an error that's, I don't want to say unforgivable, but it kind of feels that way. Like, that's a huge mistake to make.
Absolutely, and that was a 4 versus 2 situation as well. They had the numbers, they had the Hunter's Fury, they had everything in their favor, and that was one of the moments that I talked about that might have actually been the devastation for Reborn. They might have got a little bit tilted out of that run. I know myself, I would have gotten it, even if I was in Reezy's shoes. that was a crazy miss that you cannot do in this level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we're not going to miss, however, with our next match, because we have, let's call it El Clasico. I mean, it kind of is, right? These are two stalwart nations when it comes to EMEA challenges. We've got the big dogs from France. We got the big dogs from Spain. UCAM Esports, they got a top 3 finish in the last stage as well. Of course, Job Life didn't quite perform just as well in the last stage, but they're here for redemption. They're here to, at the very least, carry the flag for France that Mandatory were holding in the last stage. And it's going to be a good game no matter what. So you guys are going to want to come back after the break, which we're just going to have very shortly. And then we'll be back. Job Life versus UCAM. Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 2 Playoffs. If you're just joining us, we have already concluded our first match between Na'Vi Jr. and Reborn, and it goes the way of Na'Vi Jr. 2-0, the third seed coming out of Northeast to won their group in what was the closest group we've seen in a very, very long time, each team winning one and losing one. And now, I mean, they move into the top 3. Reborn are going to have to fight their way back through the lower bracket, but for now, we will head over to Job Life and UCAM. I mean, two teams that have a long history here in the Tier 2 scene in Challengers EMEA, and I think UCAM definitely the team with the most recent great results, right? I mean, in Stage 1, coming in the top 3, and they've just had a long-standing kind of history of doing very well, being a consistent team here in the top of Challengers EMEA, MP.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Jesse in the forefront of that. UCAM, they've been really strong. They've had a great idea on that Stage 1, but on the other side, you have Job Life, and Job Life, when you see these names just speak experience, and from that experience, I think, Tom, you've got to see most of these players in the VCT circuit. How do you think about this team?
It's kind of like, for some of them going back a couple of years, and then for others it's like I literally feel like I was casting them a few weeks ago. Like, this is a team that has a lot of talent, and I'm not going to call Job Life lazy, because obviously it's a good team, but you kind of just went, yep, good player who didn't go into Tier 1, yep, good player who didn't go into the Tier 1, and then you've built a roster of and they're not even like the bottom of the barrel Tier 1 either, because I could look at some players who've maybe come out of a team that didn't win any games and go, okay, yeah, maybe you don't want to pick them up, but yeah, Kamikon Team Liquid, Doma from Fnatic, Runner has been on multiple teams, but more recently GX, and of course Unfake even stood in this season for Vitality and looked very good. And I'll be honest with you, he was someone for quite a while I wanted to see step up. The fact is, though, the man who I think has actually had the biggest improvement since his dropout of Tier 1 is actually Runner. And over this tournament especially, I think with the change away from Neon, has actually helped him quite a lot, because his stats over the last couple of weeks have been fantastic.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to put up a very good performance here, Job Life, because, look, historically, a team that has done well but has a lot of the time come second here to mandatory in their region when it comes to challenges at the very least, and they're going to be up against a team that has consistently done very, very well here. I mean, you look back at every stage, it involves UCAM at some level. This is by far and away the most successful team coming out of the Spanish region in Tier 2, and it shows, right? This is a scary team to come up against. Have they always been the best? Absolutely not, but they have definitely made that kind of top 3 contention every single time we see them, MP.
Yeah, and I do think the roster that they are fielding this year is one of the best that they've ever had. It is a crazy good roster with multiple great players, and I think the synergy is just on another level. And I love that they haven't changed anything on the roster, because a lot of these teams, they might feel like, oh, we couldn't quite get all the way to the grand finals, we have to change a thing here or there, but they haven't done any of that. And I think they have a great duelist composition as well. Famzy and Bisk, they were just spamming that Yoru Neon composition on stage 1, and it was working wonders for them. But look at these agents that Famzy is playing in this tournament. He's gone all the way to this flex role. Back in stage 1, this would have been all Neon. Now he's going for the initiator role, maybe picking up a Phoenix here and there as well. And then on the other side, you have Bisk, who was basically just a Yoru main, especially in stage 1. He's now picking up different agents as well. I think Neon, Rays are in the pool of Bisk. There's some different agents as well. And I feel like this is something that I'm glad to see that UCAM has gone for, because this brings some depth to this comp. Sure, I think it's a double-edged sword in a sense that when they were running the Neon Yoru composition, it only seemed like they were so comfortable with their playstyle. They knew exactly what to do, what the strengths and weaknesses for that composition, but it was easier to counter as well. Now you have multiple different comps with different styles of play. It's harder to play that, but once you master it, I think it's great in terms of having a wider variety of your gameplay.
I think we just saw in the previous series as well, like, definitely no issues when it comes to Neon still being viable. It didn't look like the agent was dead. I think that the maybe slight overreaction for a lot of teams, but it does definitely feel like there's a lot more viable options. And I think especially when you talk about Famzy, it's interesting because it has been those players that are able to be a quasi-initiator that seem to do the best on Phoenix. Is like having those more information based, like, oh, you're almost like a KO at times, going for these aggressive fights, but then you still need to have that raw individual aim so that when you're using a run it back, you're not just a recon drone. So I think that it's working out for them because he does have such good raw fundamental aim, and then has the intelligence to go like, actually, I know how to throw bits of utility that aren't just going to blind my whole team as I do it.
Yeah, we can move out to a more macro look at this matchup, though, because when it comes to Map Veto, I mean, it's difficult to say what's going to happen here, because since the playoffs, the respective playoffs of these two teams in their own regions, neither of them have lost a game. They've both lost maps here and there, but I mean, for instance, Split for both teams, neither of them have lost a Split game in what feels like forever. I think it's a 6-game win streak on Split for Job Life, for instance. And yeah, it does just mean that I'm not 100% sure what to expect. Maybe a couple of maps that we'll see them avoid. For instance, Bind, you know, both of them have had slightly more difficult times on Bind, so maybe I would expect a second phase ban from them. But,
I would say I am 100% certain we're not seeing Bind.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry,
not in the map pool.
I am. My brain is not up to date. My brain is not up to date. Of course. Oh my god.
But this is Split 100%. There's no way UCAM doesn't pick Split.
But is it third map? Because that's the thing. I feel like I wonder if one of them floats it. No. I think that's a gamble. It's a good map for them, but it's a very good map for their opponent as well. And I feel like it had third map written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if UCAM didn't pick that, I feel like Job Life could have picked, but I do like the idea that you put forward that it could have been the decider. I think that would have been really fun decider as well, because both teams are great at it. For me, this Lotus was a question mark whether Job Life is going to go for Lotus or Pearl. And I mean, UCAM basically just responding, okay, we'll take your second best map or the second most comfortable map away instantly away here. And I'm wondering what's the decide. Well, there it goes. It's Haven.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, I don't think Job Life had an easy choice there. Obviously, as you said, Lotus, Pearl, both of them are maps that UCAM have done well on as well. Just for Job Life, I think Lotus has just been such a strong map for them recently that they've picked that one over it. But yeah, this is really just going to be, I think, Tom, how confident either of these teams are on the day. You know, this is They're both on such good win streaks. They're both feeling really good. Neither of them have lost a map in the group stage of Challengers EMEA. It's going to be a very difficult time. I think as soon as one team is kind of on that back foot, things are going to get difficult for them.
Yeah, I like the confidence that we've seen come in to actually pick the split. I think that with both teams looking good on it, it definitely has its risks about it. We've also seen Job Life go back to playing Jet on the map, which it was popular before we saw the rise of Neon and Yoru and sort of having that dive into the site to take space alongside Raze. I'm still a pretty big fan of it, but also it means both of them can get over a lot of that Vice utility. So I want to see how Bold is going to be reacting. It was the same thing I said in the first match about Sage, and it turned out Kolosha wrecked them anyway, so maybe we'll see the same from Bold.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a great accidental counter for UCAM's agent pool. Like you said, that Vice, I think it's gonna have some hard time against this double dive composition. And then you have Omen as a layer as well, which kind of nullifies the Vice. It's interesting to see whether they're gonna have struggles with that, or how they're gonna play. Are they gonna play more aggressive with the Vice as well, or more defensive, even more back with the utility? That could be an interesting idea as well. Definitely.
I think the shotguns as well for Neon on this map were probably some of the nastiest, because you can close the range on mid. So now that those have been nerfed, I want to see if that also plays a part. Like, are the shotguns going to be as effective? Are they going to bring out an Ares? Are they going to steal the Kolosha strat maybe?
We will find out very, very shortly. I mean, there's nothing to separate these two teams in terms of stats. There's nothing to separate them, especially on this map where both of them have a 100% win rate for our records, right? I mean, we'd have to go back quite a long way, well over a month ago, to find a loss for either of these teams here on the split. So we're getting things started with a bang, I would say. And I mean, look, what are your predictions coming into this one, MP? Before oh, never mind, I don't care. We're going to go to the casters now. So Echo and Affinity, take it away.
You know what? We'll do the predictions for you. Echo, what are you feeling?
Wait.
Oh yeah, you thought just
that.
because the desk wasn't doing predictions, we weren't. Come on, give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. What we're feeling.
Okay, so split. This is a must-win for UCAM. With Lotus being such an unknown for them, if UCAM don't win out split, this is going to be a 2-0 for Job Life, is what I'm going to say. I think we're probably going to go 3 maps, and it's all going to come down to Haven, which realistically, with how bad the defense of Job Life is, I think this could go UCAM's way if it gets all the way to Haven. So it's a 2-0 closeout for Job Life, or a 2-1 for UCAM.
It's one or the other. There's not any of this in between. We're going to one end of the extreme or not.
Yep.
So, you know what? I think I would agree with you there. I think we kind of set the win conditions quite nicely up. But I think you're right. This is a match where there's nothing that we can really separate these teams on. And if it doesn't go a third map, I'd maybe be a little bit disappointed, because this feels like the match that's most evenly balanced, right? This feels like one that's destined for the overtimes, destined for the lengthy series. And wow, first pistol round, it's good to make a statement early on.
It is. Make that statement, because both of these teams are so significantly stronger on the attack side that is going to make a play into this. Despite the fact Bold is on Vice, UCAM's defense is actually pretty poor on the map. It is negative overall. Not significantly, but it is very different to their attack, where they are so strong. And now, as they start out, a nice and silent start for UCAM. Try and bait a mistake from Job Life.
All baiting out shots, that's for sure. They go 1-for-1 on the opening. Olizera there to make the difference, to give them the player advantage, to give them that foothold into sight, and they are scaling quickly. Olizera, wall comes down, spots a little bit of presence up on ramp, but doesn't want anything to do with it. Just regroup on site, and actually so much space taken here for Bold, just watching the back lines.
Time to play with, though, for UCAM. They've got the time on their side. Job Life have to make a move.
Oh, leg spotted. Famzy, though, not swing. Too early for the fight. Paranoia in hand, waiting for the contact, and there it is. Jesse gets one. Instantly, response comes through. Famzy, run on down. Just Kamek left. And here's it, waiting around the corner. Oh, and they crunch down across the map on him. And that's a good way to kick us off. It's close, though.
Definitely close, but I've got a question for Famzy. What is that penguin in the camera. I thought we were meant to be looking at him. Is he a penguin? Hold up.
First ever Penguin Pro player. That's
Definitely.
one for the record books. There we go.
But
Round two.
anyway, this was needed for UCAM.
Thank you.
They set themselves up well to start with. And they're going for the old FPX buy with actually a Judge onto Bisq, so we can run it down into mid. See if Joblife fall for the bait.
Thoughts about whether we're going to be seeing the judges on the Neon despite the nerfs, and it looks like, well, we have been rewarded with just that. Although taking a little bit slower, a little bit steadier.
Where are you?
He's taken mid completely under their thumb, and Bisq's pushing further.
He's got the shotgun, he may as well. On fake. You don't want to be taking this fight. Not alone, so runners come to join.
They have the high ground, and you know what that means? Well, actually, it means nothing. Bisq with 2. Doma does find his pick hit. Just gonna hear all of the footsteps running his way. Will find first, jump around the corner. The inadvertent double swing comes through. Just Doma left, and they know where he is. Actually, not even looking to pivot. They're looking just to continue hitting this B site. It's one player with a measly classic.
Yeah, they know exactly where he was. They knew he was over towards B, so UCAM are hoping he's going to re-explore into B main, but no such luck for them. So smokes from Jesse to try and secure the exec on towards the site. The scale up. And Doma clears mid very lightly. Let's see. Does he find anything? If he can take a gun, that's good. But no, Famzy quick with it. Takes Doma out, and UCAM, they secure this round, go into the bonus, and they should have a good buy in this one.
Couldn't really ask for much more if we're being honest with you. And this is what we talked about, both of these teams liking that attacking side, and UCAM being able to start on it, that is going to be a huge advantage.
Yeah, pistol was so important to get that ball rolling, and now with the bonus looking very strong, rifles, and then that Judge for Bisq across the board. This is the kind of bonus that they can absolutely win. Another push towards mid, but both duelists from Joblife holding down vents. A little bit of anti already for what Bisq's pathing usually is.
Love to see it. It'd be even better to see it come to fruition. And there we go. There's the first pick found. Immediately, then they can start peeling off. They found the opening pick. That's the anti ticked. Oh, head spotted. There's the first fight. Is he aware of the second? No, he's not. Bold. Already under their noses. So much space, but runners here has gone completely unsuspected. Wait for Jesse as well. Finds the third. And actually, another player comes walking into his crosshair. Good for one more. And runner, a 4K to get Joblife the bonus.
Exactly what Joblife needed to stop UCAM from just running away with this attack side that they absolutely could have done. So UCAM now light shields needed to make sure that they can fire up those rifles again. Whereas Joblife, they're starting to build that bank. Operator for runner, I'm assuming coming online relatively soon, if they even need it at this point. But now aggression, taking this space towards B main whilst UCAM mid. It's always where they want to go. Bisq fell last time, but there's no one to fell him now.
He is waiting. Oh, it's been absolutely immaculate in the tournament so far. Gotta go! Holding the line, allowing his team to push on up, make so much noise, draw so much attention. And you're having to see Joblife find a solution. They're looking to push into garage, take some sort of map control here. 1 for 1. But now they're a little bit more comfortable in their B presence. Into tower they go, but they're being watched, they're being accounted for. You were waiting, there's the first. Looks for the transfer, good damage, but Bisq finds the trade.
Cover going out.
Comes on over. Amick, not quite ahead, able to find the player still on rafters. Oh, Jesse the bodyguard. Allows this fight to go down safely. Doma's now got to peek out of this smoke. There it is. Now everyone's already moved out of the way. No idea where they've gone. Smoke fades out in the open. Bisq is still good for 1. Doma jump on over. H-shells into the corner. But now high ground, low ground. It's all being swarmed. Falls at the hands of Jesse and UCAM. They let 1 round go straight back on the road.
Straight into round 5. Securing their lead. Keeping it in check. And now Job Life, off the back of that loss, the money is starting to peter out. The knives having to be used for Runner. Potentially some kind of aggression over towards A, but this was great here from Job Life. A really nice try to anchor the site, but UCAM just overwhelmed. And then now, as we look into this, there's no one from UCAM outside of A. Runner finds nothing, so imagine these duelists, they're probably going to quick rotate elsewhere. Although that's smoke, that's going to be a little bit of doubt in their minds, but they do both leave, head towards mid, where they caught Bisc out before.
Waiting, orb goes down. Looks like clear on out through A main. Nothing's been spotted, so again, more attention, more eyes on mid. Runner waiting for the smokes to fade. 3 different types in his face. Back over towards Garage, though. There's a good fort at 1. Amsy's been spotted out by the blinds.
Poison orb emitting.
Looking to hit B. Paranoia's in hand, waiting for this. Nightfall's been invested. Bisc, lovely opening pick. Stuns come out. Kamik looking just to get into safety, hoping that Runner can provide some aerial support. Unfortunately, there we go. Knives finally connecting with the target. Jump over the top. Hails down. Kunai from above. Kamik round the corner. Even investing here, the Steel Garden.
30
Showstopper's
seconds
got
left.
1. Now we come down to this 1 versus 1, expecting the rotate on over, but no, on Azira. No time, no chance to. Plants down on B. Low HP on Doma is a real concern here. On Azira, out waiting, just missed the timing on Doma heading up into tower.
Olizera has a good position, though. He can play this into the late part of this post-plant. He can go into heaven if he really wants to.
Ooh.
The plant's not for him. Here, there, he heard the drop.
Heard the drop, heard the single bullet ring out. Piggshells go through at the defuse, baiting him on out. Olizera, still an unknown entity. Time, you're out of it. There's the pounce, there's the spring. Don't even need to find the pick, but it's just icing on top of the cake. And UCAM back to winning ways. 1 round slips, and it's a pothole in their road to victory.
It really is. I mean, Kamik's paranoia was perfect. And, I mean, Runner, look at that. Really trying to bring everything into his own hands. But Olizera in these late rounds. Doma just surviving. But it doesn't matter. UCAM up to 4 immediately. Job Life saying, oh, wait a minute. We need to get some rounds on this defense. Our attack is good, but it's not good enough to not get, 3, 4, because that's what they're looking at now, is a maximum of 3 or 4 rounds in this half, if it goes well for them.
Yeah, and this is still early days, but we're already seeing that writing scrawled across the wall. But I like it now. Call the time out, figure out what's going wrong. It's not really going to be this round that they have the weaponry to come into it with, but you got to start looking at the long term, because 5 already for UCAM, and, well, we've seen what's happened. They're a team that's just done nothing but dominate.
But Job Life, they know what it's like to dominate. A lot of these players have been on teams that have done incredibly good work up in Tier 1. Now they're back. Yeah, legacy names. Like people like Kamik, like Doma, that have been around for a while. Runner as well. Big names. And now they've got to find something big to come back in. Job Life, similar setup to what we've seen so far. Duelists and Sky over towards A with the aggression. Yeah, immediately punished. Kamik taken out of the round.
I don't know, Doma's got a shotgun, so I've still got a little bit of faith here. Bisc looking to double down on his success, but no one is willing to give him an angle onto them. Regroup, heading towards mid. Is Doma's shotgun hanging around here?
They're going to A. Actually, Doma could get played in if this is where they end up. Unfake's got both flashes, both guiding lights. He could get this information to get Doma into a good position, but he's too far away to do it, really.
Damn, they've got time to play with. Pilotly creeping on in. Go, go, go. Here we go. Scoped on up, no pop in the overdrive. Already back side slides face first into unfake. And Bold doubles down, finds two. Now just Doma with a shotgun and no way to get it into a feasible angle. And look, he's about to peek into Jesse, holding this angle like his life depends on it. And now both of them, nobody wants to make the first move.
Waiting.
This is death.
Patience.
This corner is just death.
Neither player wants to peek into it, and neither really needs to. Doma would like to get some damage done, and always going to see three of them.
Browner's going to spot him out, forced into the fight, and you know what? Takes one down, drags them into the grave with him.
He'll be happy with that. A bit of economic damage is nice. It helps to try and alleviate some of the pressure from Job Life going into the round where they have their buy. The overdrive use as well, a bit of a surprise maybe, but at the end of the day, you're Neon, you're going to get that back relatively quickly, and when Bisc is 7 and 5, you just feel like, yeah, throw it away, we'll get it back any time soon. Now the operator is board up for Job Life, it's over towards B. You can usually do a little bit of contacting over towards B, so this is the right place to put it. Bold could use the flash though. Just the wall, and he's going to back off immediately. Wait for the aggression. Somehow Bisc falls in mid again. Random spam. And it goes back again.
Comic Retribution, one kill through the smoke, an eye for an eye.
Yeah.
Seekers come
Everyone's
on
going to go blind though.
Yeah. Well, actually, they're not going to go blind because the Seekers don't quite find them, but it gives the game away early. Unfake holding on, clinging to this wall like a gecko. Go. Doma's come on through to help. Looking to swing this, actually. Take the action to them. Slowly but surely down the corner. There's one, and Doma backs away. Not even trying to avenge his teammate. Just wants to keep his life. Execute comes on through into the shadows. Across the map. Bit of information, but nothing really to work with. They've pulled in towards tower. Doma's still on site, but really they've got the whole run of the map. Are they looking to wrap in towards A, or get silly with it?
30 seconds
This will be
left.
going A, surely. Can't imagine they're going B. The time's too low. Doma. Satchel and a boombot. That's all he's got, really, along with his gun to try and survive. He's not expecting the peak. Wait, he turns? No. The timing.
And the timing is everything. 13 seconds. If he could even find a single pick here, that could be the end. But no, taken down. That'll be the spike allowed to go down just about. And Jesse is waiting for this. Kamek peeks on out. Quick little adjust, and that's it. Back away. You've got the op. If you can save a second weapon, it gives you something to back it up with.
And now UCAM. This is going to be 6 on the board. This is an even half, and we know their attack side is their preferred side. 72% so far in stage 2. Great numbers, but they're going to need to pull that up again because their defense is still their worst. And we know that Job Life, when they switch onto the attack, they'll be just as good if we look at the numbers. Obviously, if the numbers don't lie. Numbers do lie sometimes, as much as I hate to admit it, but they do.
Yeah, you're a firm believer in things like headshot percent being a fake number.
It is. Spamming through smokes is a good thing in this game, as we've seen this round specifically with 2 kills because of that. Bisc, though, feels like the sacrificial lamb a fair amount of time. Still 7 and 6, still doing well with it. UCAM, they don't have to rely on him, but if he's popping off, and he's doing it well. Now, Job Life. They saved that previous round. That means coming here into round 8, they are putting a lot of value here. And it is a big swing round. 4 in a row already for UCAM. A 5th means they get an advantage at the half, and Job Life becomes almost impossible to even get 3. So Job Life need to win this round.
Nobody going to be spotted on the initial jump on over. UCAM pushing on up. Thorns in their way. Momentary setback. How looking to execute. How goes on up with the spot anything. Paint shells again stops them from immediately jumping on in. And actually, that's enough for them to just call it off, fall back. Viper's pit in mid, though, is going to make rotates uncomfortable. Way less channels of information for them to work with.
I was going to say I don't think they want to push into it, but they do. They're going to challenge Chiwa in his own domain.
Jesse force him out of his domain. Bold's got the first. Unfake goes down. G-Work back into the smoke. There's the first, but Bold finds it anyway. And that's the problem. Dispatched of her. Not just that, 2-player advantage.
Runner might have space over towards A, but the rest of the team is crumbling around him. Job Life faltering at every turn. And now, Kamek and Doma. Both players subbed in for Fnatic at various points. Gonna have to bring some of the clutch that Fnatic have into this
30
round.
seconds left.
Because there's only the 2 of them on site.
Goes out, spams in the smoke, good for the first there. Satchel's to give him the space. Jesse's teleport in gets dealt with. Kamek's got another one. And now 2 versus 2 round the corner. It's perfect. Famzy, last player left alive. And it's just the op. It's so far removed, so much time to set up into a position for the post plant. But has no information, absolutely naught to work with.
Ramsey's so low, he could pull out the classic Runner could. Yeah, he has. He knows this will work.
Surely creeping through, clearing every corner. And this is a battle of reactions. And Runner's got it. A single bullet's all it's going to take. And Job Life finally showing us signs of life.
An incredible round from the 2 anchors on B secures Job Life around. They had almost no right winning. Kamek dancing around the middle of sight, getting 3 for himself and putting Famzy so incredibly low that right click, even a leg shot would have done it, I think. And now, Job Life, they needed that round. They've got it. The money is still very rough for them, but they've got the op online. They can still have Runner hold down A. They can centralize their location.
There's also 4 ults available for UCAM to cycle through. So, well, 1 round slips through the crack. They've got an arsenal waiting for them. Blinded.
Slow, though. Worried about that spam through the smokes. Unfake, be careful. She was doing the same. Oh, okay. He didn't die this time yet.
Still got face first into the wall, but the Edge just catching on out. But nothing they can really do with that. They do just have to back away, concede this mid space, and play around them. And now, Steel Garden comes on through. Bold swings ahead of it, even popping. Finds 2, though. Doma's getting tested. Jumps away to safety, but he's going to be met in the back alley. He's taken out back. But no, it's Bisk that gets shot. 3 versus 4. Viper's Pit.
Spike planted.
Drop there. And that's enough. Job Life. They just have to save these weapons, and it hurts. It hurts to see that they're not able to try go for any of these rounds.
What's this now? 3 rounds Job Life have had to save in?
Yeah.
Way too many.
More than they'd like.
And now going into round 10. Job Life, they cannot get 7. They cannot get 6. And if they lose this up, it feels like they might not be able to get many, but Runner survives. He hits the shot. The upper red will be kept up into round 10. But there's still 2 ultimates, and they can be comboed quite nicely for the side of UCAM. Job Life building up towards their own Doma. Closest up next. Gonna have to try and pull something special off of that showstopper.
Oh, it is going to have to be the star of the show. We will see. And the buy again. It's far from perfect. But this double kill. Bold is a player that I really wanted to highlight coming into this, because they've just had an individually insane tournament. I don't think they've dropped below 260 ACS in any series. They've only gone negative, I think, in 1 map in the KT. Wow. And it's played 7 different agents in the last 30 days, mind you. So this has just been consistency personified. And it looks like continuing to put numbers up here, and it's worked wonders. It's Bisk, however, that finds the first. Nightfall comes on out. Runner waiting for a push up ramp. No one's there. Spike's already gone down. How do they even look to get back into this? Smoke's holding them off, but it's going to dissipate. Now, line of sight in. Bisk tucked in just slightly further round that slant wall.
I think it all comes down to Jesse this round. How late does he play over towards main? He's watching an angle. It's smoked off. They're aware he might be here.
Zero waiting. All spots the player from screen. Immediately attention turned back, but individual picks found. The timer though, that's what's starting to worry. It's the jump across, the flash as well. Bolt's gonna have to step up. Defuse has already been started. They have to swing this round the corner. They find it, and they've just about got time. Job life, a matter of milliseconds, but they firmly position the third round on the board.
Anyone have any speeds? I may
They're
have
getting it so close, but the retake was brilliant. Runner with the operator as well. Not exactly what you want when you're clearing all those close corners. Are we seeing the comeback now for Job Life? Despite Bisk opening it with another first kill, he is online with these.
I diffuse things in my speed.
Job Life, Runner and Kamek, oh, Runner and Doma, sorry, right at the end there with that little two-piece playing off of each other. And now UCAM have the money to buy up next round as well, even if they lose this. But they want to try and get 8.
Yeah, it would be a lovely. 9 would be a dream, but a little bit of a far-fetched one if Job Life can bring any semblance into this round. Doma, showstopper goes in. It's an eye for an eye. Immediately, bot goes on out just to re-clear through Garage. It's not, however, going to spot Olazira.
Poison orb.
Bird goes round. That will spot Olazira. Spam through the boxes there. They're waiting. Unfake round the corner. It's going to clear it on out. However, in the meantime, they've slid onto sight from up top. But now fighting battles on all fronts have to re-clear their space. And Bisk is perfect. And now they've got to refight back onto site. It's been UCAM just having to take battles on all fronts, but they've been winning each of them on out. Knives up top there. Bamsi's dealt with it. Bisk pop the overdrive feels like overkill, but with an 8th round on the board, what more could you ask for?
Before the switch.
The 9th. Evidently, that's what they're going to want. And I think they could get it. Job Life's money is relatively low, and Doma had to expend that showstopper on a single kill on a player that was already low, but Bisk's push back into main, the refight, the reverse reclear, perfect. And now, Job Life, the money is not great, only the From the Shadows available.
I'm out of here.
And the Steel Garden for Bald, he's already got it back online for being such a clutch player. The 8th definitely possible for the side of UCAM. The Seize is good. Doma survives it though. And now as we look towards mid, spamming smokes. Chiwa, have you not learned?
Apparently not. But this time won't get burnt by it. It's pushing on up. The op, the tip of the spear. Doma waiting on the other side here. But alone. Double peek comes on through. Oh, and Doma finds the headshot. Back away there. More presence in mid's being heard. Crowder goes on through. Not going to follow up the lead, though.
No, slow. Runner's still holding down this A main angle like he's got the operator. Oh, and a Steel Garden. That's not a great position for it, but it at least secures you heaven. Runner, though, if he can get 1 or 2 here, that's perfect. That's amazing. That's all he can ask for.
Smoke goes on out immediately. Popped. Oh, chased on down. An unfake. Bird goes on through. Out round the corner on a 0. Bold. Both find theirs. Kamek. It's going to have to be a heroic final stand. Has he done enough? Well, there's 3. 1 versus 1 is what it comes down to. Round the corner. Out in the open. Bold has got it. And UCAM secure the half. 9 and 3.
Remain. Spike down, B. Taken out. No, flashing. End of story.
A pistol round that is an absolute necessity for Job Life here. One round that could dictate the fate of the map.
Job Life's attack is good, but UCAM's was incredible there. They're getting that 9 and 3 online, and the only way to come back, the only way for the 9 and 3 curse to happen is almost always with this pistol. Job Life now on the attack side. They get to control the tempo. They get to push and pull across the map. But a trap is set for them in mid.
Runner jumps on out, push on forward, but Jesse's here. Does get traded on out here on Azira. Next up for the chopping block. Taking some space in towards Garage and is going to need to be perfect here. No, drawn away, attention, drawn, and there's the swing on out. Kamek using this opportunity, the distraction to the best of his capabilities. And unfortunately, Doma's tucked on him. Fancy doesn't even think to clear it. Bolt has to peek out of a smoke, 1 versus 3. Now Doma, first up, is low health. Round to the left, but tucked in, all shoulder spotted. There's the first. 2 players remaining. And there's a bit of a crossfire set. Right between a rocky place and death on the other side. Swings out, Kamek's got it. And Job Life, they buy themselves what is a very small life vessel in a very vast ocean that this comeback is going to need.
And it will be a long time for that comeback to come to fruition. A nice mid-take here from Job Life on their pistol. Trap was strong, but they managed to survive. And they sent Bold actually on the long rotate away. He didn't feel comfortable to peek that. Now Job Life with their own FPX buy, but with 3 rifles. This is going to mean, as long as they keep 3 people alive, their bonus very, very strong. And UCAM, well, they're stacking a site, they're gambling, and they've gambled wrong.
Bold. Bit of a jump, don't fall away. This B site is completely open. It's not just open, it's buy one, get one free. And now, Runner holding, just in case anybody is looking around Heaven. Now, we know that there isn't. They don't know just yet, but gonna clock it pretty quickly.
And at this point, for UCAM, eventually the spike will go down. The bait from Job Life doing their due diligence just to make sure. But they heard the tap of the spike, did UCAM. And now, if they can cause damage, if they can take down 3 members of Job Life, that's great. But it looks like instead...
Conga line.
Conga line to die to the spike. The final dance of this round.
And now, we just got to sit and watch the timer tick down. Job Life too far away to find any extra ult orbs from them. I'll get a second just to breathe because, well, going into the next round, it's going to be all out, lights out action.
It is. I mean, Job Life, they'll have their full buy up. The bonus will be very strong. Okay, maybe UCAM will have their own, yeah. They smoke just to confirm they can get across the site. Dancing around in the smoke. As the conga ends, they all fall to their knees, exhausted. Job Life get their 5th, closing the gap up to 4. But now, this is where it starts to matter. If they can win out on this bonus round, that will set them up to get to 6, maybe 7. Close the gap even more.
Yep. And you know, we saw previously, it kind of feels like opposite sides now. UCAM got 2, lost the bonus. It'd be a nice little harken back.
Bomb buddy out.
Good bot goes on in. A lot of presence, a lot of noise in towards Garage. Jesse on high alert.
Little ratty one way over towards main, just in case, but Fisk. I don't think he got spotted. He's now holding down the line that he died on so many times on their own attack side. Stoma trying to take a high line. Spotted nothing. And Job Life, they go over towards A, but they made noise. But look how far progressed Chiwa is. Look at the space the Viper has looked up into.
There's no way that they see that coming. It is the mother of all backstabs coming on in. Bold, a little bit worried. Gonna hear all of the action come on through. Now that flank position, it's a little less important because everyone's already on site. Chiwa, runner, get their picks. Now, Famsi up top.
Immediately now, this post plant. UCAM, you need to try and retake this, but they can't. They're going to go and save, but Doma is there to stop them.
Neither of them had guns in hand.
Now, do you try and cause damage? Any damage is good. Sure, Chi was on 3 HP, but instead he's going to just have to save. He's going to have to try and stay alive.
That is going to be a little bit of an ask, especially as he's walking ever closer towards danger. Please watch in case they try and take this weapon away. Job life, no such intentions.
And now this is where they get to 6. They should get the 7th online afterwards, because UCAM, they're going to have an awful bind to the next. Just the one hero rifle that Jesse's going to try and save into the next round. And now, this is where the 9-3 curse really becomes a problem. It really becomes possible after you win out that bonus. I mean, Chiwa, that lurk, I don't know if it was noted exactly how quick he made it up there, exactly how quick he progressed. The coaches, though, they might have noticed. UCAM, they have both timeouts for this half. And Bull is left to desk. And so it's Unfake. Okay, everyone's just left. That's fine.
Oh, well, yeah, you know what? Fair dues, fair dues. But I think you're right. You know, maybe they're so good they're playing astral projecting into the server,
sure.
you know?
Now we've got omens here. None of that double dome stuff that we saw in the previous series. Sorry.
Shame. Absolute shame. But yeah, this is the turning point, I think. If Job Life can secure this, and you know it's bad when the stats guy is bringing up curses. You know it's bad. But I think you're right. This is the round that if Job Life can secure this, there's a real chance. They close it up. And given the money that's in the bank account, UCAM, that feels less like a possibility, more like an inevitability.
It does. Bisk, Bucky. No, okay, he's decided against it. Not a lot of good positions you can play when you're alone over
Every
what's
position is a good position with the shotgun.
Okay, sure, yeah. I'll watch back some of your ranked games and see if that's true, right?
Moving on. Here we go, first out fight into Garage Jump, back across, and Kamek wants no part of it. Jesse, though, doesn't want to give them the option to retreat, wants to take the fight to them. Bullets ring out, and suddenly, nerves come in there and they back off.
Yeah, he's their only rifle. He's got to keep that alive if UCAM want to make this easy for themselves. At least not easy, but easier. Bold, they heard that wall. He's trying to bait himself with the Vice utility.
Nope, he's gonna get cleared. Unfortunate. Right idea. Execution falls flat on its face. Jesse in just on here, waiting on Zera's to be sent on forward, caught by the paranoia. Able to recover vision. Oh, kills come flooding in. And just Famsi left. Put in some space. Doma, I mean, he can take the fight if he wants. Alternatively, he can just hold the attention for as long as he needs. Orb secured, because that's about all Famsi's gonna get out of this round.
Yeah, I mean, Kamek's here, ready, waiting for the kill. Famsi falls. Kamek with a 3K. Job Life up to 7. They're closing this gap. They're coming back into it. And don't forget, with Lotus, it's pretty much an unknown of realistically how good UCAM are on that map. Regionally, it was fine, but they've been banning its second phase since they got to Challengers. They're not super comfortable here. So they need to win this map, UCAM. They need to stop the comeback from Job Life. Bisk now has the operator. That could be a big part of this plan. Over towards B main. The fake TP here from Jesse to try and get Bisk on the line, but the flash was perfect to push him off.
Okay,
Scout destroyed.
Through, nothing spotted. Spike's actually just being left behind for now, in favor of looking for opening pick somewhere. As the team's coming back on in to regroup.
Job Life are very exploratory in these early rounds. We've seen this from them before during the group stage as well.
I got the spike.
Leave the spike somewhere safe, prod and poke up both sides of the map and see if you can find a weakness. Well, they found the Vice's site. We really get to see what Bull can now do on the defense. And he's not being flanked by Chiwa this time.
Always helps.
I've got your trail.
Thorns activated. Seekers coming on out. Thorns just to buy a little bit of stall time, stop them pushing. Runners already ahead though. Already up top. Triggers the wall. Now they know that he's there. Olazira's gonna be the one called to deal with it. On down, so much noise, and they're not quite sure where they've gotten to now. You can see Jesse faked on out. Every footstep scaring him. But Olazira steps up, and all of them find their picks. Runner takes down Jesse and Bull. That carves them back into the site here. Just Bisque left.
Go, go, go. Shock it.
Switch is over. Stun goes out. No! And Runner's ahead of it. The jump on out. And now the gap. Nothing but a minuscule blip between them.
That was a round Job Life should have won. The anchor on the site was great from Bull. The help from Jesse as well, but they weren't ready for Runner. The speed at which he came through the back of the site. And he closed out the round as well. Now UCAM, a low buy, a broken buy. A Guardian and a Bulldog to try and stop Job Life from closing the gap to naught. UCAM haven't found a single round on this half. And it doesn't look like it's going to start here in round 18 either.
No, it does not. Scoring in towards mid again. It's been taken down, but so many eyes watching, waiting. It leaves Jesse pretty weak, but no, I say that. Jesse was the first already tapping away. They're trying desperately to track the tracers. But no, Jesse playing Omen, lore accurate, like a shadow, an entity hiding. Old waiting on the other side. She was got to push into this business because that's one of the few rifles they have online.
They want to go and get it, but Job Life are holding it, protecting it. Stopping UCAM from picking it up. Ah, there we go, the smoke. What do Job Life do? Do you still try and protect it? Because that's kind of a one-way. It's risky. Oh, Bisque has got it. He's backed out. He's got the gun. That's another gun now for UCAM to try and win this round.
40 seconds. It's going to have to be a last-minute pounce. Paranoia is still available here. Jesse goes on out, dash on in. So much space taken by Runner here. Oh, messy shots on Azira is going to win it on out, but Doma causing some problems. Showstopper fired up top into heaven. Narrowly missing Famsi up top. And it's being watched here. Doma, long-range fight, actually lost on out, just unfake. Know that he planted the spike here. No idea where the second player is. Famsi goes down. So convinced, however, that it's Garage, but the tether catches him out. Bull descends, and UCAM finally break the drought.
They get up to 10. After losing so many rounds in a row, they manage it. With a thrifty nonetheless, really pushing it. Picking up that rifle maybe wasn't what won it out for them, but this Bulldog left in heaven. And Bull's Guardian that he was using over towards mid. Didn't find much early, but now UCAM have a buy. They've got the operator, they've got ults. This is where they can stop the comeback in its tracks. So many tools for UCAM to try and close it out in the next 3 rounds. But can they do it? Can they withstand the confidence that Job Life now have?
Lane is absolutely teeming with life. Runner straight away up top from the heavens. The jump over the top. Doma gets punished. Runner though, there's a trade. Evens up the numbers. Famsi 1 for 1. She were pushing on in, caught out. A trail leading directly where he is, and Bisque has the op, waiting on the angle.
Scout
Unfake
destroyed.
looking to re-clear with the scout by a little bit of information.
Spike planted.
Surrounded on all sides here. Jesse coming in from screens.
Overdrive for Bisque for the retake. He's been so good with that ultimate before. He could use it here.
Get a move on though. Smokes come on out. Chiwa waiting. 2 players lining on up here. There's the first. Olazira Almost spotted as well. Teleport up
Last
top.
player
Jesse so
standing.
much further than expected. And Chiwa taps 1 bullet for each. 3 in the round. And Job Life not letting that gap get away from them again.
So don't embarrass me.
This is the comeback. This is potentially it. Job Life, the #1 seed from France, in the post plant, looked immaculate. Shutting down any chance of UCAM coming in. She was timing. When he peaks
There.
is great in itself, but the mechanics are there too to back it up. And now UCAM down to a low buy, broken. Nightfall was used. From the Shadows was used. And now it's looking like Job Life, they might be able to get up to 10.
Very much a possibility. By weapons few and far between. You can't giving them any early insight. Job Life not really hunting too hard for it either.
Job Life hoping for a mistake. UCAM sometimes go exploring on their defense. It's not a big part of their plans. They've got the Fade and the Vice. They can find info with the Prowlers, although they failed it there. And stall out on the other side. Haunt has to get broken. And UCAM know there's somebody here. But they only heard 1 shot. So they think it's just the lurk. And they'd kind of be right. Job Life are going mid.
Are indeed. Serendipity there with the information. They bled over. But surely creeping up. Now there are razor vines here, but whether they're even pop when they even know that somebody's here. There we go. Walking on through them, a lot of damage done.
Not ready yet.
Still Garden comes on through. Ball's waiting on a 0. Messy shots, but does eventually find it traded out before he can pick up the weapon. Ball's round the corner. Overdrive's been popped as well. 1 through the wall. Slide out from Kamek's good. Only 13 seconds left for Job Life to part though. Kamek has got to get this. Bamsy up top looking to take down. Unfake. No! Unfake the flick on over. Gets both of the remaining players. And it's 10-10. Mirrored across the board.
Another fight.
Job Life are coming back
Let's let
in.
whatever happened in the past.
They say if we win split, we know we can win Lotus. They're wanting to close this out in a 2-0 fashion. As now we go from a 9-3 up to here. Ball with the right read with the spam. But Kamek and Unfake, what a round for these 2 players to come online in that fashion. Exactly what was needed. Unfake maybe not the best map so far, but...
Stepped up right there when was needed. Doesn't get that first kill. It comes apart.
Yeah. He was the linchpin for them in that round. And now UCAM. Wondering how this has happened. How the 6-round lead has devolved into an even score. And the money for UCAM can't be good. They saved in that previous one, but they're probably not going to be super strong in the next regardless. Yeah, the money is okay enough to buy light shields from Bisq across the board to try and save that money.
Here we go. Back into the swing of things. Run up. I'm interested to see. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, would have been a bit of a bold choice to come in shorty, no knives. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing we've seen today, though.
Yeah, we've seen that kind of thing. But, you know, I was expecting maybe an attack operator, but no, instead. Viper Pit over towards mid. This was teared apart by UCAM on their own attack. Can they protect it? Like, Job Life couldn't.
I like the position Unfake's already managed to get himself into. Tucked on in is a little bit of a sticky one because there are enemies on all fronts, and with Jess finding the opening pick, that does throw things a little bit up into the air. Runner around the corner, smoke goes out, allow the reposition, but again, not able to quite fully clear through sight. Has to deal with not only Bold, but Jesse as well, and can't deal with either which. Chiwa, there's 1, brings this back somewhat recoverable. 3 versus 4, weirder things have happened. Smoke fades, Bold on in, knowing that there's still activity going on in Garage.
But it's still risky. Job Life have no map control. They have to go to B where Build is holding.
There's the first. Orb goes out. Not able to quite stop Kamek in time. 0. Heaven's gonna let them have the space. The rest of the team, come on over. Sure, get the
30
spike
seconds
planted. Don't care. Now, how do we retake? Being watched by Unfake. Tugs on in. Has to reload. Has just missed the timing. Has missed the drop as well. Fake waiting. He's gonna need something almighty here. The double swing comes on through. Famzy finds it. Neither which player going down. Kamek. Now, player up high, 2 players on site. First spotted, sniped down, gunned down by Bisk. And UCAM, the rounds are few and far between, but they maintain this lead just about.
Just. The timeout coming in clutch. Couple of looks of frustration maybe on the side of Job Life as well.
Don't blame them.
Wondering. Yeah, no, absolutely. UCAM though. These 2 rounds.
I'd be definitely a little bit more tilted if I was UCAM right now, because it looked like such a good start, the energy, and you've just found 2. The 5-round lead is just 5-round start. The half, sorry, just devastating. But here we go, all out bloodbath over towards A. Imminent.
Oh.
We didn't see anything. Nothing. Nothing happened. There's the swing on out. Oh, fully flash. Doesn't matter. Doma still finds it. And yeah, they've got a good handle on mid. That's not the problem right now. One goes out. Get broken. No information on the back of it. She was already there. Viper's pick comes on out, shuts down screens, and Spike goes down. UCAM can do nothing about it. They just have to fall away and save and allow Job Life to climb back up. And the rounds have been intermittent at best.
One every so often. Back and forth after that immediate run from Job Life coming out of the half. Well, now they get this. They tie it up. And UCAM leaving to save this is a taste of their own medicine, forcing Job Life to do that many times on the other side. And we can really see the attack-sided nature of these 2 teams coming out. The speed at which Chiwa can scale up B site to stop anyone from able to anchor. It's incredible work. Job Life's attack is brilliant. We can see that now. So if this does go to overtime, and I think overtime is absolutely on the cards here, oh, we could be in for a long one.
We really could. We said both of these teams heavily favouring the attack side here. To this extent, well, we had an idea it could go this way, but maybe not seesawing as far as it has. But I think if you're UCAM, you're kicking yourself. Amazing start. It's all kind of come crumbling. A lost round here puts them in a really awful place.
It does. An interesting wall there from Bull to try and stop someone like Unfake doing what he's done before, pushing up through vents. Look at how aggressive Bisk is going on A. He's taken that control. And this now allows Famzy to go all the way over to B. The wall is protecting Bisk as well. UCAM can get here on time to stop the exec, but instead Job Life, that they didn't like what they saw on the Explore there, how quick the smoke was to come up to Blossom. So they're leaving. If they go back towards A, Bisk is the problem.
Oh, Bisk has been a little bit of a problem for them, the whole map, and a chance here to really highlight that. Taking an aggressive angle. You can tell a little bit wary, jiggling angle. Flash goes on out. Forces them further back, immediately posts back up, missed shot, the up drop, so good as a decoy. Runner doubles down, even better finds the pick. Famzy rushing in, there's a player that's already crossed, almost caught with util in hands there. Smoke comes out, nothing more he can contribute right now, having to dodge the snake bite as well.
30 seconds left.
I have Bod's been called on over to help, but Doma's here, heals on up as well, round the corner, gun not quite out, the 2 of them find their picks, player advantage, Runner frantically trying to find somebody, Spike's not been planted, only 15 seconds, Paranoia, Chi was out in the open and blind, and there's no time to pick it up.
One enemy remaining.
Around the side, and there you have it, you can find 12, finally starting to put consecutive rounds on the board. And well, I'm going grey from how stressed I've been waiting for them to do it.
They had so many chances to get to this point, but they're finally here. And the desk highlighted how important it would be for UCAM to win out this map. How important it is for them to go into Lotus already with a map win, to get to Haven. Because we knew this would be a battleground, right? Both teams are incredible on this map, but now UCAM. Match point, overtime potentially on the horizon if they can't win it out. Immediately, Bisk pushed back.
Fancy gets reloading whilst he has the chance. Showstopper popped. Oh, taken down before it can fire. Famsi needs to find this pick. No, Runner takes him down. Bisk, however, still here, still firing. Smoke comes out a little bit deeper this time. They're on site. But this is a very one-dimensional retake they've got right now. They've got to clear through tower. But no, they're going to hope that the paranoia can get the job done. And it does. Bisk finds the first. Snakebite stops them from pushing too much further. Around the side, there's the first. Here to back one up. Bisk lines up the first. Immediately ducking, diving, weaving. But Jesse's got it. And UCAM, it's a little bit messy to start, but they lock in and lock down map number 1.
13 and 11, the end of regulation, but UCAM do make it happen. The fake comeback as well, that's going to be a difficult one, I think, here for Job Life to handle, because that's frustrating to feel like you are so close to winning out your opponent's map pick and then for it to be taken away at the last minute.
Yeah, it hurts. It really does. But Job Life, I think you can take even the fact that you took it so far, that you were able to come back with what felt like you're back against the wall for a lot of it. 9-3 to almost taking us to overtime. It's a good enough result for what was UCAM's map pick. I think that's quite important. But there's only so much we can do. We've got the biggest brains in the game ready to break the map down for you.
We do indeed have two of the biggest brains in the game here. I mean, I'm impressed by Job Life, considering how they went out in the last stage, went out in the group stage to UCAM. This is such a I don't know, an impressive run from them compared to that, and it just doesn't seem quite enough when it comes down to it. It was so tooth and nail. It could have gone either way in the end, but UCAM just have that quality as per usual, MP.
Yeah, I think in the end, what mattered most was that timeout that UCAM took at round 21. I think Bromas probably gave some good pep talk to his team. They won a round instantly after that, and from that, I feel like they felt more comfortable, especially round 23, where we saw Bisk positioning himself really deep with an AWP. Obviously, didn't quite get a pick there, and from that, I think Job Life were able to kind of roll onto the side, but in the end, to me, those timeouts are the crucial points, because that's where you get the reset for your players, especially when your opposing team has gone on a roll.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of like big individual plays, like a lot of depth of talent in this game, which was a good sign. I think in the first half especially, there was a reliance on Runner to maybe have a big round to really see anything come through for the other side. But once they switched, we started to see both Doma and Runner popping off. I think Kamek as well had some great moments, but I think my hero of the day has to be Bold. Like, especially in that first half, that man was just pulling off like BS round after BS round, and the fact that they come through this game, okay, towards the end, yeah, there's other heroes that arise, but I don't think they're even in that scenario if he's not having such a good first half.
They are yellow of the team as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is the thing. When it comes down to a game that is so close, we can take a look at a bunch of Bold's highlights over the course of that map here. When it comes down to a game that is that close, it is just going to come down to fine moments. Every little decision matters in this one, and every star performance in every single round makes all that difference. This really could have gone either way between these two teams. I think Job Life had so many times where they got back on the on the attack, as it were, not literally, but like they actually got right back in UCAM's faces, and it's 10 very talented players in the server. It is just going to come down to who on the day is able to put together the best performance, MP.
Yeah, I mean, on the opposing side, you have a lot of experience from Tier 1, but Bold is no stranger for Masters tournament as well. If you guys remember Ballista back in the day, sure, it was the European Masters. Sure, it was a miracle run from Ballista that ended up being a really devastating loss in Masters, just completely getting out. But still, experience that has been shown on the server, being the IGL of this roster and now carrying them on the back as well, especially with that aim, with those rounds. Bull, I think that last round as well, being able to find Doma from that showstopper, Doma not being able to get a kill, get crowned with that, I think was an incredible pick for Bold, even though he got traded instantly. But to me, that just kind of secured the round, made sure that Job Life couldn't get too much control of the side.
Yeah, I think the impressive thing about Bold is the longevity rather than the fact that he played in that Masters, because you do have to bear in mind Mitch Mann was a coach during that Masters, so that tells you all you need to know about how some people have fallen off since that time. But for him, yeah, he has still been challenging, looking to make it back to the Tier 1, and still, like, as you said, as a leader, he was making a lot of sort of gambly, risky plays and pulling them off, so I think a good sign for him individually, but that definitely got a lot closer than I think they would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a map where both teams are very confident, where both of them have a large win streak going for them, and we're kind of doing the exact same thing. We're moving on to another map where both teams are confident. Of course, Job Life picked it, moving on to Lotus, but UCAM also having very good results on this one. I'm sure it's going to be a very similarly close affair. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be right back with that map for you, so don't go anywhere. More exciting Valorant to come.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. You be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, the playoffs of Split 2 here, and we're almost, well, I mean, we're halfway through, or a third of the way through, it depends on how you see it, I don't know, it's a best of 3. Between our second series here of Job Life and UCAM. Yeah, I know, I'm so good at my job. 13-11 is the scoreline on that one, about as close as it can get without going to overtime. I think it really was just a tale of, there wasn't even a tale of two halves, it was every round seemed to be going back and forth between these two teams. I think that's what we're going to be expecting, whether we go to map 3 or not. It is going to be a very, very close affair. These are two of the favorites in every single time we go into EMEA challenges, so it's what you expect from them if they both perform on their day. It is Job Life's map pick coming up next of Lotus. We'll see if that makes a difference for them. Again, both of them have quite high win rates on this map, MP.
Yeah, I mean, for UCAM, I feel like they're not feeling too comfortable on Lotus, especially them switching up the compositions completely time and time again. I feel like this time they're sticking up with this composition, which to me feels good because Bold is back on KO. He has more tools pacing his team as an IGL, and especially when we take that split, Bold was already on fire with Vice. Now he has more tools to flash through smokes, maybe allow himself more and more to take those duels with some utility in the hand as well. For Job Life, I feel like they've already found their own identity and comp on this map with great results. So still, I think UCAM has their work cut out for them. They need to show up on the server here.
Yeah, it feels like one team has gone kind of very standardized. Like, I think Job Life's composition is sort of a quasi mix of what Fnatic were running for years and years. You've just swapped a Vice for a Killjoy, and it's basically the same. The KO, though, is throwing me, because I can't think of many teams that have ever really run KO on this map. It's not a particularly popular choice, but that makes it interesting, because I think it gives Bold a little bit of a specialist role. But I am intrigued to see how it's run, because obviously you then lose a Sentinel for it, so it means you have to be that little bit more proactive, you have to be smart. But if he can delay pushes with the knife and have that extra little bit, maybe it's what wins them the game.
Yeah, exactly. I do think, I mean, as we noted over the course of Split there, I think those little differences can make a big difference over the course of a series. So we will find out now whether or not UCAM can hold off Job Life's map pick and end up the series here, or we go the full distance. I'm going to throw it over to Echo and Affinity now to take it away.
Thank you so much, and I will be looking forward to seeing all of these small little moments sort of coalesce, see if they can take it over the line, because I like the unconventional. I think that today's kind of been a day for it, and if you can bring out something that's a little bit of a curveball here, maybe that's just that little bit of an edge, because these two teams have been neck and neck.
Yeah, Split was so close that as we're looking towards Lotus, that, yeah, okay, overall, we might have a relatively even win rate, but UCAM haven't played this map
in the tournament,
in challenges, in the tournament. They haven't got the experience here at, realistically, the higher level teams than they were facing in their regionals. And now they're up against the #1 seed from France, a team that has won this map in challenges. They had a 9-3 start on their defense before, reminiscent of Split, but now Job Life hoping that they can get it themselves.
Right in the deep end, sink or swim. Oh, we'll find out. And right now, Made over towards a main thing. Holding on for the orb. Flash goes out. Not blinded. Doesn't matter. Bold's going to find the pick anyway. Unfake immediately repositioned. Doma's holding on to site for as long as possible. Smoke goes out, but they're already ahead of it. Paranoia goes through. Bamsi's going hunting around the corner. First fight comes out. Biss actually going to steal away the kill. Steal away 2 kills here. Hamit, what can you find? Well, Page shells to the face, forces him forward into the fight here. But Jesse's got a hold of it, and Bold there for the last. UCAM continue on their dominance, kicking us off.
Starting out with the pistol is what they need, where Job Life are usually good on the defense on this map. So UCAM getting this means that they should be looking at round 2 as well. Job Life not expecting really to force up into this. They gave away a few tips of their post plant there, though, with the lurk over towards jungle. nice and slow, nice and careful. UCAM again gone for the FPX buy. They love this. It sets them up nice to try and win out the bonus. And, well, oh, spam missed. The wall good. Runner building up towards the first of those showstoppers.
Ooh, catches a face full of lead, but walks away alive. Regroup with the team. Orbs across the map getting secured. The hit towards C, though. Smoke comes out. It's a little bit of a worry. Clear on through Prowler. Nada.
Toxins going up.
The pause, the knife over towards A. It's kind of a fake for UCAM and Job Life. They're not falling for it.
Ooh, out in the open. Bisq looking for a sneaky one. No, not going to find anything. It's going to be unfake with the classic for the first. But now, quick rush. They've clocked the plan here. Nobody's over towards Mound. They're on the other side of the map. Doma drops down. Has been spotted. Frantically putting out smokes to try stall them. Round the corner. Olizera's found the first. Kamik from up top, though. Immediately trades on out. Bolts. Trying to find something, but his teammates falling left, right, and center. 3 for 3, but Spike goes down. Or told him for this, but there's been a silent drop down from Chiwa. Aware of the possibility, tucking on into tree here. Jesse deals with the first. Ball comes up. It's already ahead of it, though. There's the first. Jesse's just sliding out, stealing all of the kills here. Chiwa, last remaining, sole survivor. 3 players all spraying down in his direction, and UCAM good for the second.
And they keep both rifles and the Marshall into the next. The Marshall maybe not the key highlight. Job Life, though, good job swinging Bisq together. Make sure that Marshall found no value in the early round. Simple, nice play in the FPX. Play the distance that the guns give you the advantage for. But now Job Life, they can buy up. They've got the utility, they've got the guns. No paranoia, crucially for Doma. Not being able to afford that into this round is going to make the retakes trickier. They must win this before they get into it.
Ooh, and UCAM so speedy on it. Ball goes out, causing some problems. Jesse up top there. Establishing dominance from the heavens. Olizera's making some noise over towards B, though. Draws out the razor vines early.
This makes the exec a lot easier. They can go together as a team. UCAM, if they can get into the post plant, it's going to be a good situation for their bonus.
Really is. Chiwa alone here. How much of a final stand can he put up? First player jumps on down. Wall gets tripped. And Olizera gets taken down. However, Pick found on the other side of the map. Make that 2. Swings the numbers in their favour. Actually, still just hanging around B, drawing over the noise quick as they can. Over to C is the final goal. Mines popped a little bit early there. They're going to get onto C with plenty of time to spare.
And now Job Life, you might actually want to save this. It's going to be a difficult retake to do, but maybe Chiwa can find something early. Bisq is low. 2 bullets and he falls, but no. He's playing safe towards sight, and Job Life a set retake needed to come back in.
Looking to take the fight forward. Spots the first player. Contact's been spotted. Molly goes over. Doesn't allow anyone to fall away into waterfall. Bisq finds the first. And Jesse's position here, devastating for both remaining players. Swings the first round the corner, knows Doma's here as well. Doma has managed to fight his way out, will be allowed to live and keep a weapon over. But it's a consolation prize. Pity points in the table.
Maybe if Job Life had had the paranoia on Doma, that could have been different. They could have used that on the retake. But he wanted full shields. And while it wouldn't have made a difference to whether or not he lived, but it could have made a difference to his team winning the round. Kamik going exploring, not aware of the push towards B. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, where the miscommunication was there. And UCAM, now 3 online. Job Life with Doma. Hero rifle. Big ask on him to pull something special off over towards C all alone, whilst the rest of you, Job Life, make a noise towards A to scare UCAM off.
Looking to scare UCAM off with a couple of bullets as well, but Doma's got 2, and that fundamentally alters how this round's going to play out. Suddenly, over towards A, you don't really want to give Doma anything more to work with. Pushing on up, scoop in hand. Runner on the other side, waiting. This is already looking good. A pick here could spell the end. Olizera tucking on into the cubby to get away from the danger. Actually heading on to B to take the fight to them there. Already heading into Spawn, is going to hear the footsteps on both sides. Has to be careful. There's the first. Immediately peeks out. There's two. Tides returned.
Are they going back to A? Surely not. They are. And actually, Job Life, they're exploring back towards B.
They've just completely missed each other. Ships in the proverbial night. Yes. On round doing due diligence. Always to be rewarded. Runner. Ready starting that read there.
Planted.
He's down. Dropped.
Toxin screen down.
Space over Zera's actually going to be playing in the dugout. Waiting, here comes the action. The two of them, a crossfire established on a zero. Good for the first here. Ooh, Bisque spotted, tap it away. Famzi's found it. Now just runner left and they know exactly where he is. Creeping round has found him. Still timing, wrapping around the site, but both here watching from tree. And a single bullet will get the job done. UCAM, 4 in a row to restart, reclaim their throne.
Doma almost won the round though. Those first two opening kills. Look at that. We see him again. Nice and clean. But Olizera's luck up through the top of B. Unheard of.
I'm still here.
Unspotted, unnoted. And that spelled the end of that round for Job Life. But now they've got the buy back online. No operator to rely on. They haven't been able to build up the economy behind them for that. And no ultimates either. Showstopper 1 away. But UCAM, but run is still quite far. Vice Thorns immediately pop. And look how far aggressive Jesse is already.
Already way further than expectations would allow to imagine. Hammock, though, does have the first pick. Going to take a bit more space beyond the site, because B, well, 4 entrances in and out makes it risky. One has been spotted. Showstopper's pop, looking to put some space on in. Showstopper goes in, doesn't find anything, but has just forced them back. Trying to add more time, more pressure on in. But Job Life, they're systematically picking this apart. Jesse and Bisque both find theirs. Bisque needs heroics, not gonna find it. Defuse comes on through, and alas, Job Life have their first.
They finally get the round on the board that they needed. Maybe not incredibly happy that it's got there now, but hey, it's a round. That's the start of it. And as we saw over on Split, a couple of rounds is sometimes all they need. But previously, I'll remind you, on this map in Challengers, 9 and 3 was how Job Life ended this half. They now can't get 9. It's impossible. UCAM have got that 4. All they can now hope for is the 8. And they're going to have to fight tooth and nail for it.
Immediately trying to take him down. Pink shells early. Jesse so aggressive, but no. Runner finds 2 miraculous shots and unfaked here, pitching in as well. Olizera and Famzi. Well, what's left of Famzi, mind you. Waiting. Prouder taken down. Bringing on to this side. It's an awkward fight for Famzi, and now he's got to roll solo. Crossfire tries to break it, finds the first piece, but there's the swing out for Jiwa. And Job Life, a second doubling their success, but still half the round to UCAM.
Half the rounds and a long way to go if they want to end this half with a round advantage. It's still possible. They're now starting to build up their own ultimates. Used a fair few there to secure that round, but now look, 4 lights are shining for Job Life. And for UCAM, it's only 2. That differential could make all the difference, but Olizera in the post plant, if he's alive there, he often dies before, but if he's alive there, that Viper's Pit can spell disaster for any potential retake.
Oh, it really can. Unfake. What a shot there. And Job Life just winning on out in the early round, except not anymore. Tables turn a little bit. 3 for 3 into the shadows. Invested. Orb actually being picked up. Now only 1 away for Bull to get that null command online. Unfake's here in all of this. Showstopper with the Prowler to lead the charge. Nightfall comes on through. Showstopper goes in, goes a bit too deep there. Olizera on fake trade kills here. 2 versus 2.
And now this is split for Job Life. They're split apart. They have to take the 1v1s. Oh, the flash is
the flash is so good. And now Doma, well, the positive is they don't know where he is. The negative is you just watch what's happened to your teammate, knowing that you're up next. But goes on out, cuts them out just in case they're hiding out towards Mound. Just managed to dodge, found the timing, catches the edge of Doma, and UCAM let 2 rounds slip, but that's it. That's all. 5-7 already, the bare minimum.
We heard Tom talking on the desk about the fact you want a specialist, and what a flash like that shows you why you play the KO. Not always needed, not always considered important on this map, but if it's working like that, if you've got someone like Bold, well, why not? No,
he can make any agent work. Let's not kid ourselves.
I mean, yeah, he's not a specialist. He's just, I mean, he's a specialist at Valorant, I guess, right? He can play anything and everything to a very high level. Consistency across so many years. And now UCAM again exploring B early, trying to get this Vice utility out as soon as they can.
What goes out? I'll do the trick. Fake here waiting, but not alone. Chiwa. Ooh, decide trying to walk through the wall, trying to trigger the wall. Not
it's over at C.
It's over at C.
No command?
I'm expecting to see it pop momentarily. Again, trying to bait out more util, I guess. No. Wall goes up. And peeling back again. Regroup and spawn, look to hit B.
But so much of A has been given up. You could see Job Life there. The Boombot cleared all of A lobby. So they know it's going either C or B. And the null command. Oh, one fake was alone. The sites are completely open now. Doma can't find anything.
Spotted by the Horn as well. So much util to force them out here. Runner, though, finds a pick. But by the Prowler, Viper's pit on out, though. That's going to make this 10 times more uncomfortable. Decided to take the guns out of play here, but it's only going to tag half the site and half the players. Doma finds his. Jesse round the corner, gets one, but Heroics just Bold, and he's so far removed. The positive is they don't know where he is. Molly to go on over onto the spike there, finds the pick, but there's nobody left here waiting on out, and there will be time. Hops right back on it. Job Life get up to 3.
They get up to 3. A lot of ults expended there from both. We didn't really see the value from the Steel Garden, but it pushed them out away from that initial location that allowed Job Life to clear through main to make their way towards site. And Bold maybe got one, but the spike was halved, so it was an easy defuse. And now
we wait.
With very few ultimates online, it's going to come down to the money. Both of these teams should be able to buy up relatively roughly next round because it's been back and forth, no loss bonus in sight. And UCAM, aggression again, C, trying to get out this Vice utility. Jesse sticks the TP.
Ludicrous scenes, and the rest of the team comes flooding in off the back of it. And Jesse super advanced position, but is being pressured so heavily. Gets one immediately traded on out here. Olizera needs to step on up, round the corner. Snakebite fighting on forward, fighting in it, tanking the damage. Paranoia is perfect. Bamsy steps up when needed, run around the corner, finds the first. Now Olizera trying to sidestep through the wall, so low health, but gets it anyway. And Runner with the clutch, the heroics we were expecting to see previously come in now at just the right time.
An incredible player in his own right, and in this team it looks like they're giving him the space that he needs, but that clutch shows the individual prowess. And UCAM are getting scared. They know the Job Life, they're good at the defense. If Job Life get to 7, maybe UCAM is scared that their defense can't handle it. That they need to get as many rounds on the board in this half right now. Chiwa, I mean, incredible work to get those first 2. Runner to close it out is great as well, but I mean, Jesse has been sticking these from the shadows.
It's ballsy.
Yeah.
It's working though.
Yeah, okay. He found space over towards B. That won them that round. Obviously didn't win this. He kind of allowed Chi with a space towards backside. I really had hoped that he'd be peeking off the back of his paranoia instead of just letting his team die to the Vice. But
yeah,
the TP worked itself. The paranoia was nice off the back of it.
I'll have to see if they can continue the heroics. Leading the charge, leading the server in the kill feed as well. So, whilst we might have some criticism, the numbers speak quite highly of him.
And now it's a 4, so the numbers are good. See if he can find something with the Stinger. He's got his TPs and his paranoias. Maybe gonna try and pull something off, but the C's nade. Job Life do this a lot. Oh, to try and catch the TP this time. Oh, and they didn't go for it.
They didn't indeed, and definitely a good thing. Bisk with the first, traded on out. Or Azira, though, steps up with the Sheriff of all things. Nightfall invested incredibly early here. Well tucked on in, trying to defend his teammates from any peek, any cheeky attempt to try and capitalize off the back of it. Bisk is watching for the flank, and it is cold. And now the team can peel back, hit, well, anywhere they want to, really.
The Vice util still over towards C, and Job Life have made the right call to head over there. The stall could be here, but it will be a 2 versus 4 for Job Life.
Filled out by the Prowler. Flash catches all of them. Here we go, site execute. Wall comes on up. Oh, Spike thrown over the wall, chucked on over. I'll join you there in a second, he says. Shiwa forced back. And as the only one remaining, I just look to get the hell away from it all.
Yeah, get out of dodge, go and save. That is giving UCAM their 6th round, though.
Scary thing to have. That 6th round is confidence.
It's confidence. It means that now as we switch sides or we look ahead to switching sides, Job Life in Challengers, they got that 4-0 thanks to their 9-3 round against Ghouls Esports. Closed it out 13-3. But now as we look here, that is going to be impossible. UCAM getting up to 6 means the Job Life's attack, it looked immaculate before, but there weren't many rounds. The data set is incredibly small, and now here, well, they've got a lot longer to push if they want to win out Lotus.
Herculean task ahead, and Famzy just makes it that bit harder.
And he's only one away from the Nightfall as well. That helped him get the kill, get the gun, get the ult orb. Many things good there for Famzy as UCAM really trying to secure the lead in the half if they can. I love this here. Famzy was over towards B main, heard the stomping towards spawn, and sent a teammate to go fight. He was like, I'm not taking that door. You got that, Bisk. I trust you. Yeah, send a proxy. It's easy. And now Job Life, they're going for the trap play over towards C Mound. They do this a fair amount, but there's no one there from UCAM. They're all just going in. It's only Unfake here.
Unfake's about to have a bad time. Prowlers pass each other. Wave high on the way. Actually, Doma's here pretty quickly. They run on through. UCAM taking their time. It's a 3-person flank, and Zera's the one tasked with trying to deal with it. 2 players spotted. Decides too much for him to do on his own, so gonna just join his team and make them aware that already potential to be surrounded, but they're gonna cross back in through B and head in. Oh, Unfake. It's risky to peek on out there. Rewarded with 1 for his heroics. Door's gonna get broken. All of the information that UCAM are gonna need. The smoke. When he goes over for the door here, bot's already ahead. You were waiting. Smoke's gonna fade here now. It's crunch time. Paranoia comes on out fully blind, holding on to it round the corner. Is anyone gonna show themselves? Couple of players there, takes down Runner. Bisk immediately gun back in head. Just Kamek here, good for 1. Instantly tapped on out here. And UCAM coming into their own.
They are. Job Life, it looked like maybe they'd be able to pull off a thrifty of their own. But no. The showstopper invested was really what secured that round. It gave Bisk the confidence to swing on through where he needed, take out Runner, and finish Doma off. And now UCAM with a secured lead in the half. Job Life, last round of the half. They do not want to let UCAM get to 8. Operator on the attack side for Bisq. They've got the money to spend, why not? And now the Viper's Pit finally used by Kamek over towards C, but Bisq did get value from the op. Doma's gone, that's the smokes.
Oh, Chiwa good for the first, but shot down instantly. Back away there, smoke falls, and they're just going to look to re-clear elsewhere. Boombot's gone on in. Bisq and the first over here. Now the team looking to finish on A.
Runner's kind of stuck in this corner. He can't move. The op could be watching for him. Okay, now the wall, the smoke gives him chance to escape with his life, but the decay is good. Any bit of spam. Okay, he survives. But the A site is open.
Null command popped as well. It's salt on fresh wounds. And Runner falls. Bolt doubles down with another. Just Kamek. And how many times have we said that? Just Kamek. Always Kamek. And there it is. Bisq lines up the shots. And it's an 8-4 half for UCAM. A UCAM who's going from strength to strength and now going onto the stronger side.
Strongest side in regionals at the very least. This is now setting them up for success to close this out in a 2-0, winning out JobLife's map pick in a map that UCAM have not shown at this level yet. But they're showing it, and they're slave. Yeah, I mean, the KO is working for them. Ollie Zera. Oh, he's stuck on Mound. He's got to try and get a kill if he wants to escape.
Mitchell's go out. Oh, okay. 2 kills. That's one better than we wanted. And now the team goes over towards A, but they are 2 players weaker.
And they can get the spike down. Maybe Buld could stop them in their tracks.
Ooh, missed first shot, but that's okay because he's going to get a chance for some more. Nope, Reload comes on in, and Kamek is wanting to make sure he's got no room to try and work his magic. Get them back into this. Spike goes down. The position comes on up, and you can just play the numbers.
Ollie Zera on the flank, not going to find any value from it, but could spin door, try and cause more pressure into JobLife.
HL's waiting for it, could be huge there. Forces unfake on forward. Call comes on out. Oh, Tuxo in. Doma finds the first. Unfake finds another. And actually, they're making this convincing. Famsi, though, tucking on in. They're looking just to stick this. And they're doing a good job. Doma cannot get past Tree. A whole hydra of heads spraying his way. And UCAM a 9th. And it's more than we could have asked for.
It's exactly what they wanted. Ollie Zera, 2 nice Sheriff headshots to open it up. And Famsi with a 3K. He played whack-a-mole up on the ropes. and won it out for his team. 4 in a row now for UCAM. A good streak, same as what they put on the first half, and now to bring it back. They're not going for the FPX spike, can't really afford that on the defense without the spike plant, so playing with the gun advantage, Job Life attacking into a bulk of UCAM players.
Waiting, trained on the angle. Is anyone gonna feed into him? Oh, good for the first trade. No, now Runner, too long range with a classic. It's immaculate. Famzy now has to do something to stabilize the ship. Patch the holes before he can start bailing the water out. Famzy good for the first. Doma though to swing on out. And then making it happen with the classics. Paranoia is gonna catch them, but you know, as they push up further, those weapons gonna start in a position they can recover. He was already managed to find a Spectre.
Shadows traveling.
UCAM couldn't really afford to police these weapons to try and hold them down. So now Job Life, they have them. They have the weapons. They'll be able to get the spike plant on A for free if they want it, but instead they're exploring towards stairs. They're going into the spawn of the defenders. And it's just ring around the rosy. Look at where UCAM are. They're going into the Job Life spawn. They're just trading places.
Nice spawn you got there. Mind if I take it for a spin? And now, back towards A. And UCAM, they've taken the long-winded route to get here. A lot of space, a lot of information to work with for that, but unfortunately nothing nearby.
Unfake lurk back through B. It's going to be incredible timing here.
Oh, and no one's looking. Oh, runs out of bullets. That's the only reason Famzy doesn't go down. And now back to the door. Start spinning the door, clear through tree, not spotted anything. Wary though if anybody tucked behind the actual tree itself. Low health here on Doma, but nasty crossfire. For anything, Doma's back's turned. Babes will worry here, isolates the burst, but no, Chiwa's got a handle on it, and Job Life, what a thrifty to keep UCAM humble.
Exactly what Job Life needed. That thrifty to try and come back into this map. Their map pick, and they need to be showing up. Well, this round showed what people like Runner could do with just a classic. And now, UCAM, they themselves down to those classics on the defense. Looks like they're setting up a trap play towards Mound. Might just send someone like Olizero to go peek like he did earlier. But no, Runner holding it down. Nice little high angle here. And actually, somehow Famzy escapes with the orb. That's a good start for UCAM in itself.
Good a start as you can hope for. Runner comes out, clearing on through to the left-hand side. Nope, nothing there. Runner. Patience, often described as a virtue. And we will see if it is rewarded. Right now, though, no one from UCAM making a move.
Nope, they're just playing this trap over towards C Mound, hoping that Job Life wander into it unknown. But it's just silence. As eventually Job Life make a decision. Boombot towards C to try and keep the players here. But Jesse can see nobody is pushing off the back of it. And it's only Famzy on A. A classic. How good are those right clicks?
I mean, what we've seen the classics do in this series alone has been magnificent, so I'm not willing to smack it down just yet. Round the corner, Kamika's going to be too quick on that. Oh, second shot, that'll find it, that'll do. Knife, however, is going to spot out Chiwa. What that means, very little right now, unless we can see Bold find a cheeky little pick up here. Kamik's holding and waiting for it, and you've got no armor to defend yourself.
What is Chiwa doing? He's just kind of playing around over here as Bull. Oh, Kamik. Doesn't really matter. He's clearing the lines himself, and he's going exploring for more build up towards that Viper's Pit.
Might as well, and has got a chance for a little bit more. Finds the third. Reload comes on through. Runner's actually going to pounce on out, steal that one away. Actually, Olizero's like, no, I'm just going to go. I'm going to show myself out. Unfortunately, Runner's waiting to hold the door open for him. Eggshells go in, going to find it with the spray down. flawless round for Job Life to get their 6th. And, well, I can't help but feeling this is pattern recognition. Little reminiscent of map 1 here.
I'm feeling a little bit similar. Obviously, the scoreline at the half, 1 round different on each side, but still, Job Life tried to do a comeback in the previous map, and they failed. They were close. Took it to round 24 before they finally lost, and UCAM won out their own map pick. But now, UCAM's got the Nightfall online. Runner's 1 away from his own ult. But he can't get any ult orbs, not yet, and Bisk is there. Kamek taken out immediately, and immediately Job Life. Nope, we don't know one of that. We're going C.
And unfortunately, C teaming with players. Olazira with the orb, with the snake bite in tow, ready to go. Jump over the top there, no! Showstopper's been caught off. UCAM. Olazira's got 1, Unfake finds another. Famzy takes down Runner, and there was no chance to get any value out of it. They've been chased back off of site. Lucky though, they still have Spike in hand. However, possibility for Jesse to cause some problems, but he's tucking on in back towards B. Well, actually, as the door opens, that might re-raise some questions, but fighting on forward has to be C right now. The stack over to the right-hand side. Oh, Totem Pole catches them. And Unfake just trying to find anything to take into the next round. Even escape seems like a far-fetched option right now.
Bring them down.
He's going to try. Prowler clears at the very least this line, but Jesse dodge the horn and then look to play spoiler, take Unfake's gun away. No?
Ooh. You know what? Worthy of keeping hold of the gun into the next round. Is this a frantic attempt to plant B, maybe? No, there's not going to be any sort of chance here, but taking some more kills down there. There's the first, and Bisk is waiting. You see a world where they both peek out there and there's a nutty spray transfer, and, well, that could have been the end, but no, UCAM keeping a handle on it. And this time, not willing to let that comeback get too close.
Yeah, I think that's the key difference here. The pressure is not on as much as it was in the previous map. I mean, what a pick from Bisk, just finding the perfect line there. And hey, this KO value, we are seeing it. The flashes from Bull are great. The knife timing to cancel out the showstopper as well. Runner too far ahead of his teammates. Same thing we've seen before. Doma sees naded and just about survives, but Runner doesn't.
And Doma's ready to continue swinging. You're gonna let me live, you're gonna fumble that one. Well, I'm gonna make it hurt. Famzy trying desperately to stay alive. Good for the first, does get taken down. And actually, not even able to play off the information because Bolt goes down too. Just Olizera round the corner, finds Chiwa. 1 versus 2, not the worst situation in the world, but that Spike's gonna go down uncontested.
Spike planted.
Doma's aggressive already, up in heaven. Holding for this peak.
Slowly round the corner, creeping out pixel by painstaking pixel. So much activity heard below him, but Doma's tucked in. Beautiful angle. And Job Life this time, they don't want to let the series go. I mean, you've already seen what opponent you got to face in the lower bracket, and that is a terrifying fate.
Don't want to go out in 4th. You make it to playoffs, and you want to go all the way at this point. Bisk again opening the round really great, but Famzy consistently getting at least 1. Man's having a game, but Job Life still secure this round off the back of Doma. And now UCAM, a thrifty, needed to win out round 18. It's possible, they've got the ultimates to do it. And Bull, the flash, no, she was holding back on the higher ground in spawn, takes him out. This has allowed Jesse an aggressive line on Mound, though.
I have a feeling Chiwa's not done yet either. Waiting for it. This needs a miraculous double headshot again. This time won't find it. Famzy caught by the Growler. Run on down there by Doma. And now Chiwa. Nice little TP attempt, I guess, but falls flatter on its face than a shit. Okay. Chiwa for the 3rd as well. Flawless round to get them up to 8. And what more can you say? Job Life, they've been really convincing on the comebacks.
Not convincing enough to win the first map, though. That's the issue. They put on a good show, but can't close it out. And now Lotus is going to be a test to see if they can. Chiwa farming up, Steel Garden online. But that's pretty much it in terms of power ults. UCAM, though, they've got their own. The setup from UCAM here implies Olizero immediately going to pop this Viper's Pit towards C, try and scare them off, because all of UCAM are over towards A and B.
It's a party and everyone's invited. Steel Garden comes on, outrunning desperately to get to the edge there. Bisk doesn't need the primary because he's got a rocket launcher in his hands.
Hey, if I had one available, I'd use it instead of a Vandal any day. A lot easier to aim. But that's both ults.
It's not really precise, is it? It's not quite headshot, but it doesn't matter because Jesse's up top here. Right away, he's got to reposition, frantically getting out of dodge.
Doma's in tree.
Ooh, sticks the TP. Paranoia comes on out, gives away the game though. Tuck in towards B again. They extradite these players, that's the real question. Snakebite at their feet, they're now trapped in a tiny little room, but UCAM not going to punish them for it.
Toxin screen down.
No, they're going to let them push into Olizero. The Viper's Pit for the retake could be really good for UCAM anyway, if he can survive. There we go. Trying to scare them away. It's getting pushed.
They're going to stick the plant in the smoke, why not? They rally outside. Counter Viper's Pit comes on through. Scorched Earth on sight. Unfake finds the first amidst the chaos here. HLs goes in. Dangerous with everyone so low health. Kiwa, another pick. For the side of Job Life, Famzy. Ooh, there's one, but taken down in response. Coming around the corner. Olizero, they need to get on this defusing soon. Knows that both players are here, but both ducking under the bullets, and Bisk just looking to fall back and save this Vandal. Hoping that he doesn't get pushed, because that's a very real possibility, and he is surrounded, dogpiled on all sides.
Okay, he keeps it. That's something, at least, for the side of UCAM. But now Job Life, they closed the gap before, around now, and surely we're going to see the timeout come through for UCAM to put a stop to this. Because they need to. It got so tense, it came down to some incredibly close rounds on split. And yeah, this is the chance to fix the defense for UCAM.
Yeah, and it feels like we'd be in a very similar position. It feels very much like we're retracing footsteps here.
Yeah.
Question is Job Life. They've got 5 of the 7 rounds already. And now you know that, you know, Ultimates is a couple nearby to being online, but the buy's not exactly going to be flawless.
No, it's not. That's the key thing here. Is the buy's not perfect. Both of the fades at the top relatively close to their ults, but I'm looking at Bull. Flashes and Util have been incredible, but he's not had the pop-off performance. I imagine his ACS is probably the lowest it's been so far
in the tournament.
So far,
in the tournament. I think, yeah. We talked about it. Only one map he's gone negative.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a long road for him to come back in, but the KO utility itself has been clean. It's been good.
14 assists speaks for itself, really.
It does. If he can come back online, if he can start shooting again, like the couple of rounds he's brought out here before, well, that's it. UCAM can close it out. Job Life will struggle, but for now, Job Life are just pushing into Olizero. He's not even got a Snakebite available.
Absolutely
oh, he does have a
nothing. There we go. It might have been already equipped, that's why we didn't see it, but it doesn't matter because Runner's already ahead, already on site. Poked on into Waterfall, about the only safe haven nearby. Teammates rallied on up, ready to retake. Not going to waste any time here. Bisk immediately with the first there, but a trade kill comes on through. Chiwa to double down, gives them the advantage. Nightfall invested on a 0. That's a huge pick to find. Bisk, another insane find, and it's all coming crumbling down. Kamik has been forced off site, having to play from Mount here. Jump on up, Bisk, drawing your attention away. Ooh, forced into the fight here. Tap on the spike, trying to lure out Famzy. Famzy, though, pushing already ahead, not exactly being subtle. Swings out all the time to run back and defuse, and that timeout pays dividends.
The full 5 versus 5 retake, a difficult prospect for UCAM, but they get it. Bamsey having a brilliant game, one of the best games he's had this stage, to try and pull UCAM forward, to stop Job Life again from getting the comeback. 21-9, that is not a number you see on a fade very often. But Job Life, they've built up bank behind them. They've had the rounds in a row. And despite some heroics here from people like Bisk and Famzy, Job Life, they've got the money. They've got the Nightfall as well. Things here to try and win out this round, and they're just going for another hard exec by the looks of it.
Live scan's going to be perfect. Definitely put some question marks over our heads, but undeterred, they push on forward. Need to push past their own limits if they want to take this series. Nightfall comes out. Famzy again doesn't care. Wants to stand there, fight, and deliver swift retribution. There will be a trade kill comes through. Can't get away with daylight robbery without some sort of punishment. Think smoke fades, runner. Being accounted for by not 1 but 2 players here, but Chiwa, you can find this pick, that causes some uncomfort. No, can't, and actually not able to find anything, and player falls in his stead. Bolt silently up the road here, waiting. Worried someone might have found a timing to push all the way around.
Not yet, but they're looking for it. Job Life kind of stuck over towards stairs. Bolt has the right idea that they could do this. The knife could clear it, but he might need to save that for the exec instead. As Job Life go towards B, Bisk with the op up first, but the wall is in his way.
Wall is indeed Bisk. There's the pick you needed. H-shells as well make it treacherous to pick up this spike. Doma looking to fight for some space, won't be successful. Knife scan as well, even more devastation to pile on here. And Chiwa plant out in the open. Not even that, has called it off. Nothing to be done here. And UCAM secure themselves series point and 3 opportunities to close this out.
Smart decision from Chiwa to save, to not allow Bisk to get the defuse, to get the kill onto him. Otherwise, that's the showstopper back online again. But now it is map and series point. So Job Life, panic button pressed. Red walls go up as they decide they need to fix it here. They lose this, that's the lower bracket. Reborn as well. That's not a team you want to face in the lowers.
Not at all.
To get knocked out to 4th, that would be, oh, painful. And the issue here for Job Life is they've got no ultimates really cycling up except for runners. That's it. If they can get the showstopper, he can maybe find something special with it, but Build has been so good with the util. The KO ultimate in that previous round, I think, won them that entire round. It stopped the exec in its tracks before they got to the A site, forced them to pause, and then UCAM won it out from there. We're maybe not seeing the kills from Build, but the utility is perfect. It's exactly what they need.
Yeah. And as we said, not playing with that Sentinel. Bolt has to be said Sentinel. And it's actually been working pretty well to stall them, to stop them. And UCAM, I mean, the results right now speak for themselves, but 1 more round. That's all they need. Deny the chance for our Job Life to get these ults back online.
He's gone for this operator. This is a risky one for the Viper on attack. Not exactly the typical lurking gun. Job Life, they try and find some space. The seize is good, but there's no nade to follow it up. Because they've got Bisk holding down mid. Kamek watching it with the op. This is why he's bought it, to hold down for the Raze player going too aggressive on the defense. But he's not fallen for it yet.
Oh no, and come away off the angle. Bisk gets the first, and he's probably called it over his teammate. Cammy, I thought you were watching this. But he's not, he's pulled off. Bold gets 1, runner, heroics, 2 kills, brings this back, and needs to keep going, needs to push further.
He's got the showstopper online as well for the back of sight.
Does indeed. Paranoia comes out, forces out a little bit early. Olazira's here. Snakebite goes over, spots both remaining players, and Olazira descends. UCAM with their 13th, securing the series and knocking them down to the lower bracket. Job Life in tatters.
It looked for so many moments that they might have been able to get the comeback back again, but they couldn't.
Cosmetic comebacks.
Too solid, and the fake comebacks are just, oh, they are rough, but we get UCAM the winners in a 2-0. Unexpected, for sure, but their Lotus is now looking scary for the rest of this bracket.
It is. It really has been a day of unexpected results, and I think that just tees up what we're expecting to see, because, of course, this is only day number 1. This is only series number 2 of the rest of the playoffs, so I'm quite excited, but so many moments, and then I think you're right. We saw, different players getting a chance to be in the limelight a little bit. Bold, we sung praises coming in that they've had an immaculate, sort of run of form themselves, but this time, a lot of a team effort. Unfortunately, that is it from us, though, and we're going to send you over to the wonderful desk one last time to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy resting your voices for a little bit. And look, yeah, a day of unexpected results, maybe. I think I have one person here who I think would disagree with that statement. MP, what are your thoughts after that series?
No, yeah, I definitely thought that UCAM are going to be the favorites for this
Why didn't you say it
game.
before the game?
Yeah,
What?
I asked you specifically, actually.
For this map, I didn't feel like UCAM were going to take this map. I'm going to be completely honest. But this game, I think UCAM, they look closest to a cohesive group that we kind of see from Tier 1, at least some of the teams.
Sure.
I feel like this is definitely a team that could go all the way deep, all the way to Tier 1. I feel like they have great synergy as a team. I think their fundamentals are great. They're running the game really well. I love how Bold is able to support his team, kind of pace the rounds as well. And when you look at how they fight those trades, I think that it was second to last round as well. It was Jesse pushing forward, fighting a different angle, while Bold was covering him to another angle on the tree. And that was a great bait and switch, kind of accidentally as well. And for me, UCAM are probably the favorites for this. Job Life obviously having the names, having the experience, but to me, UCAM are just the best team in terms of having that cohesive team.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think if you look at Job Life, there are moments of brilliance from some of the individuals. I think there's no doubt in terms of skill, they are definitely up there. But in terms of team play, I don't think it quite clicks quite as well as the other side. And I think, again, you still have that individual brilliance. Like Famzy had a great game. I think Bisk actually overtook him towards the end, which, considering Famzy was 16-4 at one point, they still needed some of those big plays. And I think the one thing they do have to be careful of is they've had quite big leads in both of the maps, and both times you could see Job Life climbing back into it. So I think if maybe they get to a best of 5, it might become a slightly different ball game. But I do think that even the little ideas we saw, like the KO, for example, was actually really nice. I saw a knife deny a showstopper at one point in this game, which is not something I thought I'd see, and must have been infuriating for Runner. So definitely some cool ideas, and I like seeing a team that has their own sort of niche.
All right, well, I'm going to get the thoughts on that niche from the horse's mouth. Maybe that's a bit rude to say, but it's just a turn of phrase, don't worry. Hi, Bob, how are you doing?
Hello.
Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing fine, as you can see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, we kind of actually were just talking about that, right? You performed out of your mind across both maps. I think everybody on your team was feeling really kind of hyped up today. We were just saying on the desk, I think before that map, that these are two teams out of you and Job Life that have, a lot of talented players making up their rosters. Do you think that is a specific strength of you, that you have individuals that can perform when you're in a clutch situation, or just when the going gets tough, when you're up against a difficult team, you just have people who can shoot?
I think it's for sure we have people that can shoot, and for sure we have people that can step up the gameplay, and basically any 5 of us can win the map solo by himself if he has a really good game. But most of all, I think we are a really good team in terms of playing together. I feel like me and Bromas are really harsh on practice, even on officials, about being an actual team, not 5 players just running around and having fun. We are having fun, but as a team, and that's the most what we are focusing on. If you're a good player, you need to also have a really good team. You need to build a really good team to actually go tier 1, and this is our goal to go tier 1, to go champions. So we can be good players, but we for sure need to be really good team together.
Well, speaking of which, your team compositions, I mean, the meta has changed recently. Has that pushed you guys to be a little more diverse with your agent picks in your games? And if so, are you enjoying kind of moving away from the Neon and Yoru, or did you like it back then when you could just run down 2 duelists and not really care about it too much?
I'll be honest, I really like it. I mean, especially the Neon nerf. I just hated playing against this agent, and I think it wasn't the best agent for Bisq. Bisq has really good other duelists, and I think actually the nerf of Neon favored us a little bit. About Yoru, I like playing with Yoru. I hated playing against it, so it's again like a neutral relationship for me. For me, it's good that those 2 agents got nerfed, because it was really hard to play against it. It was it just felt unfair for me as an IGL that some of the situations were happening purely from those 2 agents. So I'm really happy about it, and I think our team overall is happy about the changes, because as I said, I think we are really good at other agents, and those 2 agents doesn't change that much for us.
And as well as that, the map pool too, I think coming into this game, right, you and Job Life have very similar map pools, and you were picking maps that your opponents were also very confident on. I think that sometimes for teams that's a little intimidating. Did you go into it thinking, you have them beat definitely on all of the maps that you're both going to kind of pick into the map veto, or did you expect a closer series?
I expected a close series, especially on the Lotus. I felt that they are really good from Lotus. We played against them. I saw how they are playing overall. I thought the Lotus is gonna be close. The split we kind of choked. We made the basic mistakes, like the fundamental mistakes, and that's why it got so close. On split it should have been for sure cleaner. Lotus was a good map from us, I think, and it showed.
Yeah. All right, well, just a quick one to close out the interview here. Do you guys think you're going to finally get that win? I mean, obviously, since you were brought in, you've not quite got first in anything but the Spanish League. Are you finally going to be able to make that step and get an EMEA title?
Yeah, I hope so. Enterprise is not there, so maybe this is our time to shine. Obviously, I didn't expect that such a good gameplay from the Navi Junior, so we will see how it goes tomorrow. Maybe they will do something crazy. Maybe they will beat us, but I don't think so. I think since there is no Enterprise, there is no one that can stop us.
All right, wonderful. Good to know. Thank you for having a chat with me. Congratulations on your win, and of course, good luck in your game tomorrow against Navi Junior.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, I mean, that is, again, good confidence. And again, the same thing. We just want to have fun, and winning alongside it is just a bonus there, MP.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to hear that. I love hearing these interviews, both kind of highlighting how they're really tough with Bromas on the team to actually play as a team. And I think that showed on the server today, especially Bromas getting to the chance of getting those timeouts. 3 out of the 4 timeouts that they took, they instantly won a round after that. And those were crucial because they were the pivoting points where usually Job Life were grasping, or they were getting the hand of that game, and then Bromas goes for a timeout. They instantly win a round after that, especially when they just barely needed those 2-3 rounds to close it out. And I think that relationship with coach and IGL, I think that is great. Just keeping your team together, being that, like I said time and time again, cohesive group. I love to hear it.
I think as well the fact that I kind of like what he's saying about them now being the favorites, because I think realistically this game could have been more dominant for them if they didn't let some of the game slip away from them. In both maps they had a pretty hefty lead that slipped. I think the Navi youngsters, there's still a lot of growth needed there, but they did very well yesterday, so definitely don't underestimate them. But I think unless we see like a massive sort of shift maybe from Reborn, I would say that this is now their tournament to lose.
Well, I mean, speaking of which, let's just take a look back at that final map before we close out the show today, so we can see what hopefully we can expect tomorrow as well. I mean, definitely, I think there was some trepidation about Na'Vi Junior, right? Suddenly when a team that you're going to be playing against, you're expecting to kind of steamroll show up, it does raise some questions, but I think that was the best mindset you can go into that game from Bulb there, is just kind of, well, I mean, they might come up with something unexpected, but we're pretty confident in our own skill, MP.
Yeah, I mean, Famsi, great performance here. I love to see him flex on the different agents. I think his fade has usually been quite good. Here was actually great. It was literally carrying the game, like Tom said, 16-4 or something like that at one point of the game. Sure, in the end he kind of fell off, not quite getting all of those kills, but I think he ended up with like 22 kills or something like that. But for me, the main takeaway out of these two games is that we've just yet to see only 3 maps from these teams. There are 4 other maps that we're probably gonna see tomorrow and the upcoming days, and I wonder if they're gonna, or the results today are gonna affect on the map vetoes for tomorrow and the days coming after that. I think it probably should be seeing something like Fracture from Na'Vi Juniors. Maybe we'll get to see that Ascent coming through for the side of Reborn. I mean, Turkish Ascent, usually a great sight to see as well.
Yeah, or maybe, you never know, maybe the Na'Vi guys will just pick Haven again and we'll end up in a place we didn't expect, you know?
Yeah,
they did it today, so why not?
Yeah. Well, okay, let's take a look at the bracket so we can set up the games for tomorrow. Of course, maybe not what we were expecting when we came in today, but it is Na'Vi Junior versus UCAM in the upper bracket. But first of all, yesterday, it will be Reborn and Job Life, which should be an intense battle, I think. Both teams, neither of them, I don't think, expected to be in the lower bracket so soon. Both of them are going to be fighting tooth and nail for that top 3 spot. Only one of them can get it. So we're going to be saying goodbye to a very talented team very quickly. I guess such is a playoffs with only 4 teams in it. But I think things are stacking up to be pretty amazing. I think we went into this one going, okay, we know who our top 3 are. Na'Vi Junior, they can put up a fight. It'll be all good. We'll have some fun times. But I think this is shaped up to be something even more. MP, are you excited for that rematch, or not rematch, sorry, that game, the next game from Na'Vi Junior?
Yeah, I am. I definitely think that they have a harder matchup against UCAM. I think it's a good game for them because UCAM, they probably play more standardized Valorant that Reborn did, and I think it's a learning opportunity, at least for Na'Vi Juniors. I'm sure UCAM will be the favorite for me on that matchup, but on the lower bracket matchup, I'm not quite sure. I think it's a 50-50. Both of these teams are quite good. Obviously, Job Life having most experience, but hey, it could be either way, Tom.
I was going to say, I think if Na'Vi Junior win that game, they should get to play against the main team for who gets the spot in the league.
Ooh, yeah. I think that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah. We'll see.
They might be
probably
better at this point, you know?
Right?
They might be better. It's in question. Maybe keep Hiram Ruxick and make like a quasi team. I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll have a chat to the management. We'll have a chat to the tournament organizers. We'll get things going for you guys. We'll see. We'll get back to you on that one. Maybe take a rain check. But for now, we're gonna have to say goodbye to you. We'll see you again, same place, same time tomorrow, and we'll have plenty more action for you. So thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you, MP and Tom, for joining me on the desk. And goodbye.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.